G'day and welcome back for more Space Engineers Assertive Combat System modding. It feels good. I think, assuming I don't find any glaring, horrific, terrible bugs in the behaviors that I've set up, I think this should be the last ACS stream before I release the mod. I've got a plan around the release thing, and that plan is to record a bit of a series for it. Yeah, that's the plan, which will hopefully be something I can record and edit and release for next Wednesday, which will be the 10th of August for me. But probably be released on the 9th for a bunch of other people. Which is cool. I think... And I think I should be able to get there. I think I should be able to get there. Setting an actual date feels weird after this long. Real weird. Before I get to that, though, there was something that... fortunately, I got some time and read the comments on the VOD of the last stream that I need to highlights the thing I need to fix. So apparently, I didn't have symmetry mode on when I put these windows in, which means there's no windows on this side, and I should probably fix that. Because, well, it was weird that I didn't have them on this side. Although now I've got lockers in front of these windows. Yeah, Jex, that pink does look familiar-ish. I think it is slightly different. It may be your pink, but I think it is slightly different. But it's also in smooth, the weldless armor, which probably gives which may be why I'm thinking the color is slightly different, because it could just be that the texture's different. But yes, the pink does look familiar. But it just goes to show, the pink goes with other thing. Oh no! Okay, I'm glad I came back in, because apparently there were some other things that I did with symmetry on that I shouldn't have. Hey. That gun replaced that block. Right, we should probably inspect this thing properly. Ah, you thought it was red? Nah. I think I started going down the pink route because I was messing around with pastel shades and things like that that kind of made it a little bit different. And it made me think, well, it's probably why, yeah, I ended up with that color. I can't remember, I think I might have... Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole reason. And we get rid of that, and we get rid of that. And I'll move the light onto the block with the window. Don't really know why this thing has windows. It doesn't really need windows. There we go. So I think maybe I'll put another shelving unit in front of the window. Yeah, maybe go shelves and then locker. Yeah. Cool. Grind it down a bit. Yay! Now it's actually balanced. So my plan for today's stream is to completely finish this build. It's very, very close, so that probably won't take too long. Completely finish this build, and then we're going to go in and do some testing of the mod. just some sort of muck around testing, seeing that everything is working as I anticipated it would and how I intended it to. Which means testing all of the behaviors, testing all of the spawns, testing a few things with some... yeah, just all the testing. I was thinking about testing with some mods, but maybe I won't. Dragon 8. No. Well, yes, I have considered hosting a public Space Engineers server, and I also think it would be a terrible idea. My experience from Escape from Purgatory and playing on a public server was that it is basically an untenable thing to do. Unfortunately, Space Engineers dedicated servers just don't run very well and require a lot, and when I mean a lot, I mean you kind of need someone doing it as a full-time job level of maintenance. And that just, in order to make it even run remotely stably, that's just not practical. It would mean that to run a server, I can't make videos, I can't stream. Or I'd have to pay someone to do that, which means it's just beyond the realms of doable. And that was like the number of people working as admins on this Escape from Purgatory server was huge, and they still struggled to make it even run at 0.6 sim speed a lot of the time. So it's just not a thing you can do. Even having a Space Engineers server just for my Patreon supporters and subs and things would be likely to be doomed to failure as well. For those same reasons. It's just... Space Engineers servers just are too easily broken by how quickly you can build up resources on them. And even if you can't, how long people will spend playing on them to build up those resources. At one point, Draconis had too many support tickets open for their software. Yep, that sounds right. That sounds sadly right. It's just one of those things that, much as many people would love to turn Space Engineers into an MMO, it doesn't work as one. Anyway, that's completely beside the point. Because we're working on a mod. What do I want to do to check this thing out? I think I'd kind of like to test it in with a different skybox. Something that's darker. So I have a better idea of where the lights are actually going to. Might do that. So, okay. List of things to do for this ship. The windows were one of them. The other things that I need to do for this ship before I'm ready to put it in the mod is change up what's in each of these cargo containers, because they're all identical right now. Make sure that I've got all of the loot container strings put in all the containers so that it's ready to go. Make sure all the turrets are set up properly for the mod, and make sure all the naming and things are done so I can export the prefab, add it to the mod, and then start testing the mod. That's kind of, I think, all that I need to do. But what I want to do first is change up the skybox in this save and load it with the Hubblegum one, which is darker, but not completely dark, which should give us an idea of what to do with the lighting, because I do want to change the interior lighting on this is all just bright, which feels fine, but it doesn't really give any atmosphere or that sort of thing. The Space Engineers isn't Wave of Space Engineers isn't intended to be an MMO. Keen have done a good job in improving the multiplayer to a point where we can play co-op stuff together quite well. But running long-term servers, Space Engineers just, it isn't that game. So I don't think Keen can actually make it work that way. Look at all of the games out there that have tried to be MMO versions of Space Engineers, and they've all failed. Because the idea, I think, in itself doesn't work. And I hope I'm proven wrong at some point on that, but I don't think the idea actually works. Because how do you balance against people's want to create something cool and groups of jerks on the internet? Because how do you balance those two things? I don't think you can. But 20 to 50 is exactly the same thing that I'm talking about, Wayfaver. 20 to 50 versus an MMO, it's the same issue. How do you prevent groups of jerks on the internet in a game where you're given enough freedom to build something cool? And it's that freedom that gives Space Engineer, that makes Space Engineers special. It's that freedom, the physics, everything like that. Because yeah, Empyreon's servers run pretty well. But it doesn't have the same complexity that Space Engineers has. On the topic of Empyreon, I want to play it again. I'm gonna find a spot in my stream schedule to play it again soon. So I want to. I would really like to have another crack at it. It's been a long while since I've played it. I'll give a guided ship to once probably as I'm doing the lighting effectively. Give me the light. Give me the light. There we go. I want the light to just touch onto these cargo containers. Though with the bloom it's hard to see, but in fact, I'm going to cut this out and I'm going to move it up so that we don't have that bright thing behind us. Yeah, there we go. It's just wanting to make sure that the containers are lit but not bright. I want it to kind of look like a work area where you can see that things are lit, but the ground area would rely on ground lighting rather than lighting from the ship. So yeah. Alright, let's just do a walk through the ship now. So we've got what I'm calling the Thunderbird 1, hence T1 on the side, which is my ship for the ACS thumbnail, hence the branding, and very much focus on style over PCU count, because it's more than double the PCU count of most other ships. Whoops. We've got custom-made cargo containers that look like modern-day freight containers, except a lot bigger. There are things on the inside of those. They are held on by what look like fake pistons, using the round conveyors and the round pillars that we have nicknamed Pav pistons, because it was Pav's comment that suggested I make them this way. And I've used the heat vent block as the machinery part of it. Thanks for continuing the gift sub, Canada. Also, thanks Paul Shock for the offline Prime sub. Thanks Tyrone Byrne for 10 months offline sub. Yes, ACS, apparently curated by Splitsy. Curated and designed depending on the build. So my thought with this was to start with some cool exterior lighting and move into warmer interior lighting once you got through the airlock. So you come into warmer interior lighting, up into the living area where we've got a nice bar, kitchen space, nice couch and a TV, and then a nice little seating area where you can overlook the cargo bays and look out to space, and also look up to the control chair for the cargo area. We walk through here, we've got a medical room and facility in here with a treatment bed. Walk up here and we've got a pathway down to the cargo section. Toilet. Toilet and shower for the crew, whose quarters are in here. Our 4 beds. Then we've got more access down to the back. Captain's quarters. And the bridge. With its own bathroom. Which is probably unnecessary, but it's there anyway. Little control suite for various things. Snacks. Then we walk down the back. And we go through all the cargo stuff. We can walk up these stairs and look at the grav gen and gyros. And then we get down to our cargo controller's space, and they've got a cheeky little table that they've set up here. Cheeky little TV with some makeshift seats. And then we can walk all the way around past the antenna back to the other side. And that is the ship in its entirety. Thanks, KB. Thanks for 14 months. Thanks, Jammy Joe. Thanks, He Who Types. Thanks for the 300 bits. Will the ship be for space only with the current engines? Yes. This is very much space only. I actually don't know if this thing would be capable of even flying in lunar gravity. It's probably something to test. I suspect it's not remotely capable of flying in lunar gravity. Because if we have a look, it's a very large ship with only 6 ion lifting thrusters. However, I do tend to cheat for the NPCs, so their thrust output is doubled. So it's effectively 12, so it might survive it. Not confident on that, though. I'm still very happy with this thruster back end. I think it works really nicely. But it handles reasonably well in space, which I'm happy about. So, what I'm going to do now is fix all the lighting. Which means customizing each and every single light. And actually doing them properly. So this one's a little bit yellow. I'm going to bring it back up very close to white. Go to about there. So we've got bit of light on the stairs. Actually, that's probably too much. Maybe it's because it's too bright. Just barely lighting the stairs. There we go. It's just batteries. Just batteries. On this one. This is going to be way too bright with an intensity of 5. Let's bring it down. Oh, that... What? Why have I got 2 lights here? No wonder this is so bright. Hang on. What's that block? Oh, right. Okay, so that does need to be that way. There we go. There we go. Yes, I could go Capax style of naming and use some sort of naming scheme that's completely impossible to follow. What did I call this? I'm just going to copy that. Oh, hang on, no. I'm going to do this as I was planning. I'm going to up the blue so it's actually going to be cool. That's what I did on the other bit. I think it'll also create a nice contrast with the yellow sodium-ish coloured lights of the cargo bay. Kind of separating the two parts from one another. Canada, all my ships are light on turrets because spamming turrets doesn't tend to lead to interesting gameplay. If you have an NPC ship that's covered in turrets, how are you going to deal with that ship? How you're going to deal with that ship is by blowing it up. And to me, that doesn't feel like interesting gameplay. Just blowing something up doesn't actually give you a fun experience. And if you make things too hard, you kind of force the player into that playstyle. And I am trying really, 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 really hard with this not to force people into a specific playstyle. I'd really like to have people feel like they have the option to play in a variety of ways. He who types, I don't tend to put refineries, assemblers, that sort of stuff on these ships. One, high PCU count for them, and two, lots of resources from them. Okay. Still got a bit of yellow bleeding through. Probably from above. Which yellow light? This one. Yeah, that one's got way too big a radius. And intensity. That's more like it. I like the lighting in these ships to feel, on this one particularly, bright enough that you can comfortably see without your suit lights, but not so bright that you're out in daylight. Oh yeah, heliotypes. There's definitely room to, in this ship, for you to do all sorts of stuff, like putting refineries, fuel tanks, whatever you want in it. One of the things that this ship is kind of begging for is some sort of proper cargo lifting crane set up in here instead of the fake pistons, and or some sort of rotor-mounted spotlight to light up the area in there. Things that I don't want to put into the mod, but things that I reckon people will have fun ripping this out and refitting it for their own purposes, but keeping the external shell intact, or mostly intact, for their own designs. And I think that'll be kind of one of the most fun parts about capturing this ship, will be that the shell is there and you can do a whole lot of different things with it. How good is Space Engineers? Space Engineers is good enough that I've spent 4,600 hours playing it because it's the only game that does what it does. It is the only sci-fi sandbox building game that has semi-believable physics. There is no other game like it. There are lots of games that want to be, but they fall short. It is Space Lego, yeah. It's Space Lego with all the smashy and so much less of the cost. Oh! Blah, 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 blah. I forgot a mod. Thanks for the reminder, it's Render. So... Chipsticks made a thing. And I want to use it. Edit settings, mods. Shower light. Okay. So, the shower block has no interactable parts. Therefore, it's the perfect block to be a decorative block and a light. And it really annoys me that it has bits on it that graphically look like lights, but which aren't actually lights. These bits. So I was talking about this when Chipsticks was around, Chipsticks being responsible for making a lot of the character mods. And he has now made a version that has a light. Wait, is that the right? I thought it automatically replaces it. Did it not? Yeah, I thought it replaced the entry in it. Why has this not got light? No! Is it not working? For me. Why is it not working? No? Hmm. No! My demonstration has gone awry! Because what he said it did was, it should replace the vanilla block in your G menu, but not the ones that are already in game. But it hasn't. I'm not sure why. I wonder if it's still on the front page. Yeah, it is. Deservedly so. This will replace the option in the block menu category, but does not replace blocks already placed in the world. Yeah. I wonder if it's not showing up in... It could be that build vision's not interacting with it. That could be it. No, there's no shower block. Yeah, it's not showing up. Huh. Odd. Because I thought he'd made it basically into an interior light. Oh. Okay, we got it nice and dark. Nah, no light. Unknown, 1 error. Assertive loot, 1 notice. I didn't click escape, did I, on the mod selecting page? I'm pretty sure I clicked OK. One sec, I hear my dog chewing something she shouldn't be. And she's recently done that to Lego, so... She was chewing a fence. Weren't you? Cheeky little bugger. I bet I clicked escape. I bet I did something. No, shower light's there. Why? Why you no work? Oh. Okay, well, poop. Wave Hoover, I had about 800 hours in Space Engineers when I did my first tutorial. Or that might have been when I started... Yeah, there's no... I'm just going to try something. And I want... Because I'm wondering if it's actually that the block in the scroll thing is the problem. Nope. Yep, it is. Okay. Here we go. Solved it. So the issue is the one that's in the stack of toilet blocks is not Chipsticks' shower block. That's the vanilla shower block. And then Chipsticks' one has to be loaded up as a separate thing on your hopper. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it looks better lit up, but it also serves a very important function in a bathroom arrangement like this. At the moment, this room is lit by a light that's actually above. This light, in fact, is set up so bright, is throwing the light so far that it can reach this bathroom. But if I can make the shower actually its own light, I can reduce the range of this probably down to about 5... Let's go... Yeah, about there. Which means now we've got less yellow light bleeding into this room through the wall. And if I pop this out and pop that in instead, we can then reduce the light intensity down, reduce the radius down. We've got a well-lit toilet, well-lit shower, and no light bleeding everywhere else. So much better. Like, yeah, it just feels better. Heaps better. I don't tend to use block mods these days. I haven't used block mods for a long time. I did do it that way. I stopped using many block mods when I was, once Keen released the Decorative DLCs, because they did most of the things that I wanted from block mods, and block mods tend to they tend to make your blueprints a little less versatile. I think this bit's too bright. This corridor is just too bright. That's probably because I put 2 lights in. 3 lights in. Let's get rid of that one. Nope. Wrong one to get rid of. Let's get rid of this one. Possibly even get rid of this one too. I don't need that many lights. So now, let's increase the radius of this. This is how long you can spend with lighting. And possibly how long you should if you're doing a build that you want to show off. Because you can really use lighting to... big effect. To change a mood, to change the feel of a space. Without having to change the color of it. Screebat Light Echoes is the machinima series that I created with Capac that was our first ever YouTube videos. Those are entirely made to be like watching a TV show. My editing style, directing, Capac's story, it's all meant to feel like watching a TV show. I like the flat lights. I find them really useful. Because this then feels more like a skylight than it does an artificial light. Yeah, Gruz. Gruz, did you... I set up that Light Echoes one, didn't I? Have you Gruz, have you tested to see whether any of your own commands have worked? It's blue. The beep beep. Yeah. Yeah, this is feeling a lot more right now. It was all way too overdone. I'd lit it too much before. Feeling much better about this. Okay, then we go up here. That's too bright. Let's bring that down. I much prefer my lighting intensity in Space Engineers around 2. What I like about it is that then when you have your headlights on, you can actually see where your headlights are. It's bright enough to comfortably see everything, but it's not so bright that anything's overblown. And you can overblow stuff with your headlights. So you can still tell that you've got them on. Which I find to be a good balance between visibility and just over the top. You know what, Graz? Yeah, I would also probably love to test out Space Engineers with ray tracing, even if just to get really, really cool screenshots. You could get some really impressive stuff with that. Yeah, this is feeling better now. That's still too bright. Ah, good. Now more of the light from inside this, from outside is actually coming in, which is what I wanted back here. So I wanted it to feel a little bit brighter out than in, which with the extra yellow I feel like it kind of does. If you look on the Build Vision mod page, it does tell you what all of the what all the shortcuts are, but as I use it a lot, I'll go through it again. You have to open up the thing, home to enable copy mode, insert to select everything, page up to copy, and highlight the thing and page down to paste. There should be a light here. Maybe I won't have a light here. Yeah, that corridor felt really dark. Over this side. Whereas that feels fine. Bathroom is very happily lit. And probably don't need to put the shower with light in there. There's enough light going on. And that is way too much in here. There's a lot of light just bleeding in from everywhere. Just wanted enough coming from the actual panel so the right parts of the blocks are lit. And then up here, let's bring the intensity of these down. Yeah. Might actually make this more blue. Oh, that's a bit too purple. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Hooray! Lighting should be good now. I think I'm happy with that. I could spend all day messing with lighting on a build. And probably not make myself bored. I would probably make other people bored, but I would not make myself bored. Yes, this is an NPC ship. Now, what I need to do is open up Notepad and grab my build checklist and start adding these codes for all of the loots to appear properly. And easiest way to do any of that be this. All right. Broadcast radius to 12 kilometers. Armory. Armories get this code. So they get armory loot. Bathrooms don't get loot. Beds don't get loot unless I manually put stuff in. Control seats. Control seats have loot. Cockpit loot. This one. So the codes that I'm putting in here are picked up by MES and use a loot profile that I've set to be applied to anywhere this code appears. The reason I have the ACS bit in the code is just so that... Oh, that's not what I wanted to put there. Is just so that I don't end up creating a situation where I use the same code as someone else and we have a conflict. If I use ACS in a code, it makes it incredibly unlikely for someone to duplicate that without them intentionally doing so. And if they intentionally do so, they're a jerk. So, that's something I can't really stop. But yeah, that's why I use that in the code, because it, even though it marks it out very clearly looking through the menu here, I think it's practical to do so. And yeah, Gruz, that's... I thought it was what is generally recommended for such things. I might just quickly grab space thruster loot and go pick a locker or two to put that in. Just make sure I'm putting in ones that are down the back here. Like this one. Might sometimes get the fancy assert thrusters and maybe... I don't think I can put it in freight. I can't. Maybe this cargo container. Yeah, there we go. I can put the space credits in the beds. I just have to do it manually. I can't use the loot profiles for it because they're not proper cargo containers. At least I think that's the case. Similar to those... Oh wait, if they show up here, maybe I can. Oh, I don't remember what the... There are certain things that I definitely can't because they go weird. So not the right class of block. Where are we up to? Lockers done. Remote control is named correctly. Small cargo container. So these can get the regular cargo container loot, which would be 2M. And then weapon rack gets armory loot, I think. Yeah. Now, not finished yet because I haven't done the cargo, the shipping containers. So what I thought I would do here is do this part, make a and then I've just now remembered that I also wanted to make a variant of these things. Up inside. I might put a locker in here. Some of these. But for now, let's just put some random smatterings of lootables into the crates. There we go. That's one of them done. And then I might rearrange these other two. Gravel as loot. Oh dear. Just so these aren't all identical to one another, I want to make some... I want to make it so you know that you're in a different crate. Make it feel a bit more special. And these ones can be fitted with custom loot. Freight locker for F-SES. That. You could have a cargo container outfitted with a bed, shower, and toilet. Yeah, I could. I think if I end up doing like multiple variations on this ship, which I'm thinking I'll probably do when I make an attempt at making an atmospheric version of this. Make multiple variants so that it can spawn a lot. But yeah, I think making an atmospheric version of this would be the right time for me to attempt some sort of multiple different cargo arrangements so that you don't 100% know which one you're going to get. Yes. Cargo container, outfitted with a bed, a shower, a toilet, and a dead engineer. But also put things like one of my Lunar base modules attached underneath is one of the things I wanted to do. A completely empty one that's not fitted out with anything yet. Different variants like that is stuff that I want to do with this ship. I'm just debating whether that's the right thing to do when I would really like to release the mod next week. I feel like maybe, just maybe, I should be trying to instead focus on that side of things first. I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good. Okay. This one. Okay, so there's nothing particularly interesting in these, but actually maybe I could make one of these containers into one of the loot containers. And just so I don't even know which one that is, let's get locker. Grab that name. And grab one of these and change it. There we go. There's a chance that one of these freight containers will contain thruster loot that can only be obtained by stealing ACS ships. Yeah. Alright, let's check my checklist. Oh, let's... there is something I need to do. Grav. Show on HUD. Show gravity range. Yeah. I'm trying my best to make the gravity ranges of all of the ships only go as far as they need to. Yeah, I think that's a decent balance. Obviously sticks out a bit further to one side than the other because it's not dead center. But we'll cover a landing pad. I think that's enough. No, gravity range will show up in survival mode, but you have to have an antenna on the grid that you're broadcasting from. It'll show up in creative mode without the antenna, but in survival mode you need the antenna. Yeah, it would be really nice if gravity fields had an adjustable center like a projector does. That'd be really, really good for making sure that your gravity fields only affected the specific areas you wanted them to, but... So you have to have show on HUD enabled for the block and show gravity range enabled here. If you don't have both of those and an antenna on the grid and broadcast on your suit, you can't see it. And you would have to be within range of the gravity of the suit antenna as well. You have to have all of those things. It's kind of like trying to enable notifications on YouTube. To get notifications for a channel on YouTube, you have to enable notifications in your app, enable notifications on your phone or PC, enable notifications on the channel for all things, and have notifications enabled within your YouTube settings on YouTube. If you don't have all of those things, you will get some of your notifications. Sometimes when the algorithm thinks you might want them. Twitch isn't too far behind, but they are marginally better. It's just so... It's like... Yeah. I have to say, the double, as in the even numbered symmetry, I really like for allowing me to put this stripe on in this shape. Because it'd be impossible otherwise. Yeah. Cool. Right. Turret setup and ammunition. So, the thing that will probably get Capac killed a few times, idle movement off. So we don't do idle movement around these parts. I made a whole bunch of different colored versions of this ship when I was messing around with color palettes. I think I deleted the other odd color that I'd made. Yeah, I messed around with quite a few different color palettes before settling on this one as the thumbnail version. I think the other ones kind of created the wrong impression. Need some shells. I know that says 6 shells, but I guarantee this will shoot more than 6 rounds. Even though there's no cargo or anything accessible behind it. Oh, geez. Jackson, do you want a version of this ship made into an emote for our Discord that is called the Thumberburb? Also, why don't I have any gravity? Did I accidentally turn the gravity gen off? Huh? No? Oh, what? What? Okay, the cockpit... Okay. Yep, I see what I did wrong there. Why is that even a question? So, for those of you not familiar with Jex on the Discord, who is also one of... Why did I write Jex just then? He seems to have every burb under the sun. That he uses to humorous effect. And just called this ship the Thumberburb. Which has a lot of bees in it. I think this should be all turrets now armed. Oh, I like making my internal mounted guns have much lower range so that there's a higher chance you'll be surprised by them because they won't shoot you until you're actually inside the ship. So you can't be back here and going, oh, yep, looks clear, looks clear, looks clear, looks clear, looks clear, blam. Vicebrot, I think the reason that turrets don't return to their default position if idle movement is switched off is because the game stores their position so that when a player moves a turret to a particular place and then leaves control of that and then returns to control of it, the turret remains in that previously located spot, which I think is the right way for it to be. I like it. And I have no idea about Weapon Core because I don't use it. Because everybody who I know who does use Weapon Core outside of very specific uses runs into problems with the game. So I'm not game to use it and cause issues with all my stuff. Despite some of its potential benefits. Ow. Yeah. I am happy with this ship. So what did the final designs PCU end up at? Is it less than 10,000? It is. 8,546. Considering my submission, the submission limit is 4,000. Just a little bit over. Just a little bit over. Most of that over is armor blocks, though. And interior design. And my water bottle just splashed water in my eye. Can do a test flight and smash it into an asteroid. In fact, I should. Make sure that it is named correctly, yes. And blueprint. Let's also export it because it is ready. Oh wait, no, it's not ready for export. Dang it! I don't usually go for cheap gags, but there's one I have to do for this because it's not going to get in the way, and it's not going to be there unless you go looking for it. Export. Let's just get rid of that. Datapad. Uh-oh. No! No, it actually did spawn 1,000 of them. Gah. I hate when this happens. Lots of things like tools, even if you've got it selected to spawn 1,000 of them, will only spawn one. So I assumed that was going to happen, and I assumed wrong. I imagine this is what Linus from Linus Tech Tips does with Steam decks. Yeah, respawn might actually be the better way of doing this. And just collecting what ammo I want off my body. Grab all of that, grab all that. Okay. I'll take one of those. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do. That's it. There we go. We now have Thunderbirds go in the control set. Okay, so exit to main menu, save. Let's load up the ACS testing world and just see with normal thrusters how poorly this ship flies in lunar gravity. So I have a plan with ACS to start a new series, which I'm going to edit and post on the main channel. The new series is going to be playing with someone who I have played with a bunch, not in Space Engineers, but in other games, and won't be Capac, because I feel like I've unfortunately run out of Capac time. I do so much with him that he kind of doesn't have any other time outside of his work hours to do stuff anymore. And that means instead I'm going to play this new series with someone who knows the MES mods very, very, very well. Not Pav. TFE. If you guys were watching the, if you guys have been watching any of the Dune PvP matches, or the, stuff we did mucking around in BeamNG on Tuesday. Tincho, with ACS coming to release, I'm hoping that I'll not have so many tasks for it to do, that I'll be able to then get back and do more. I was just about to say, would it be that laggy player from a place that doesn't exist and isn't on any maps? Yes, it would be. With ACS coming to release, I should be able to get on and get back to finishing up Survival Impossible's next episode. I'm also going to rearrange my streaming schedule. I'm finding that getting the time to record is very difficult when I stream for probably too many hours on a Monday and Tuesday. I think I'll leave the Mondays as they are, but the Tuesdays I think I might be only the afternoon stream. In this one situation, Magron, yes, I sort of am Ed from Shaun of the Dead. In every other situation, I'm Shaun. And Capac's Ed. But the thing that makes me not Ed is that I usually try and encourage Capac to do this more in ways that will hopefully help him potentially make it his job. He who types, I couldn't tell you even if I did have information on when the next update was coming, but I can tell you I have no idea when the next update is coming. We may well have a lunar landing rather than a crash. This is going better than I thought. I don't feel like I'm descending uncontrollably yet. Still feels like it's going well. I think this is Lunar capable. Hey, Black Shadow. Thank you so much for 6 months in advance. Thank you very much. Wow. Okay, this is really unexpected. I did not think 6 ions would be capable of doing this. It may not fly on Titan. It may not. The reason it may not fly on Titan is there is some atmosphere there, and that will reduce the efficiency of the ions, and I think I might be falling. Very, very slowly. Very slowly. Oh, it's slowing down. That is just capable of lunar flight. Or lunar hover, I should say. Flight's easy because you can always just use the big thruster at the back to push yourself up as you go around. We might be doing some lunar crashing. Oh yeah, the audio's working. Oh, incoming drone. Oh, I love that the radio went over it. Like, the radio actually ended up playing over each other. That was cool. This feels like flying the croissant. Oh, that was awesome. Because I attacked so quickly, the radios fully played over each other. I wasn't sure whether I would like that effect or not, but it kind of just makes it feel more intense. Oh, incoming drone. Oh! Oh yeah. Alright, here we go. Time for the ramming maneuver. It can be kind of croissant shaped to just squint or squish it hard enough. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Nope, that's not gonna work. Oh! And the cargo survives! I feel like you might get an idea of what... Yeah. The internal design of this was. Even when half of it's missing. Oh, the fruit fly with the assault cannon. I think the drones have won. Nope, just reloading. Come on. Hasn't taken out either of those drones yet. Would have thought the turrets would do better in space than they do on the ground. Oh, it has taken out one now. Jeez, Lucas's drone behavior moves just enough to really mess with the turret's aim. It's not where one should be seated. I think the drones target power sources. I think. Not 100% sure what they use as for their targeting. Oh, one more drone down. One drone left. I think one turret's going to beat the drones. Although, with this much damage to the main ship, I'm not sure that one turret really was the winner. Last drone is down. Alchemachrome, that's true of regular turret targeting, but I don't know what Lucas uses as his targeting, because his targeting is completely custom. It doesn't use any of the vanilla mechanics. So I'm not sure what it targets. This kind of rippled effect. Is that the bit you mean, Black Shadow? Does look interesting. It looks like a Capac design doing that. Because anytime he can't think of a... anytime he can't think of something that would work to transition from one block shape to another, he just puts pointy bits there. Yeah. That's Capac's solution to not having or not knowing whether there's a transition block for something. Right. So with that crash test done, let's do another one. One more. Like this time, we're going. Gotta crash it again. Once more with Veerling, yes. I do like the vents on the roof. Should I change their color? Can I change their color? Let's try this. Yeah. Okay, that's too bright. That's too hot pink. Let's tone that down a little. That's probably closer. It's still very pink. Might be because of the emissivity of it. If I bring that down, set that about there. Yeah, pink will do fine. I could make it the blue of the thrusters, I guess. What's the length of this? I don't know. I don't usually bother keeping much track of actual dimensions of things. Okay, here we go.
Fuel critical.
Oh, I was hoping my cockpit would last a little bit longer. Oh wait, the cockpit in the back should be still intact. Let me take off. Let me take off. Thanks, kills for fun. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with how the ship looks. It's come together pretty well. Ah, was better. Still flyable. Although I lack a gyro. Oh, am I going to rotate enough? Is it going to let me keep going? Oh no, there we go. There she goes. Yes. Litho braking and litho turning. Alright. Let's go in and load up the other one and change the color of those vents so that they are the color I want. Then export the ship, add it to the mod, and then let's do some proper mod combat testing, check that all the different behaviors work, all that sort of thing. Because if it's all working, I can do a lot of fun things with this. Alright, let's go into the menu. Let's name these vents properly. Oh, there's actually a... it's a... I didn't realize it was a proper light. Huh. Okay. And bring this down to black. We're good. Yeah, I might, now that we've got some cool James Webb images, I might add them to the Hubble gum. At some point. Again, delete the prefab I exported already. Control C, F11, export. So I'm not gonna release the mod today. The mod's gonna come out on Wednesday next week. Oh, there we go. That's the right color, isn't it? I got there in the end. That's the way I should have done it. Good idea, Lohan. So I could actually see it while I was working on it. Right, export clipboard file. Let's open up the mod folder. So combat systems, data prefabs, vacuum cargo ships, Thunderbird 1. And spawns. Cargo ship spawn groups. Easy. So Thunderbird should go. Open up that prefabs folder again. I'm trying to. I'd like to keep things in alphabetical order. I don't know if I have entirely, but I would like to. So it should be after the THI ship, okay. Because it'll mean I can find a specific spawn much more easily. I think they are all in alphabetical order. It's after the thrush. So we'll copy the thrush's spawn group. At the moment, there is only one variant of this ship, which is problematic because I need to create the extra thruster versions. Yeah, I can use Control F for a search, but that still doesn't, unless I know the exact name or something. I find still having things in some sort of sensible arrangement is useful for these things. Assert sci-fi and assert large warfare ion. Why does it do this? It's weird. There we go, that one. No, not that one. Okay. Oh yeah. So the idea of the new series that I'm gonna start with TFE, as I got distracted after talking about that, is it's going to be entirely focused around the ACS mod. So it's going to be very much a combat heavy and combat oriented thing for me to test the mod, as well as potentially experience some of the behaviors, show it off a bit, and because TFE is very familiar with all of the MES stuff, if we run into problems, he can actually probably help me fix them. And then after we've interacted with the ACS mod enough, then we'll start adding in some other things. Crew enabled would be step 1, so that we can interact with ACS with crew enabled, and then progress from there, and basically with the end goal being capturing probably this ship as our end goal. But we'll see how far, we'll see how easy or not that ends up being. So yeah, play testing it, but it'll be in our usual light roleplay style of series. With a couple of little twists to make things a bit more interesting. One thing I'm planning for it is having... there's a relatively recently released mod that I want to check out, which will hopefully spice up the on-foot combat a bit. Yeah, that's the plan. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, KB, I may be thinking capture a Thunderbird and outfit it with all fancy thrusters. That was one of the options I was looking at. I will. In fact, that's probably what I'll do, because I think that'd be a good sort of end goal, because it means we've got to keep capturing more and more ships, and we'll interact with not just specific ones, but any, to try and capture as many thrusters as we can. Because the thruster thing is what makes ACS particularly special, I think. Random SE uses C#. That's it. Do to thumb ship. What thumbs did you use? What? Give it to the Reavers. Okay, that's easy done. Let's do medium. Wait a second. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. I'm a dum-dum. I just did something really dumb. I just put that in the Atmo group. Yoink. Just wondering why that was the wrong THR ship. Got myself very confused there for a sec. Whoopsie. Right, for this bit, I should probably just do this. Space, 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 space. Cool. Now we're right. Oops. I did actually contemplate calling my second channel Oopsie instead of Flipsy. That was almost a thing. Which is going to be quicker at this. Probably this. That needs to remain. In fact, definitely this. So what I've done here is brought in the Thunderbird. The reason I'm reusing the other spawn groups that are available here is to make sure that I've already got all of the possible spawns, the escort ships, working with it. And all of the correct behaviors going along with them as well. See you, Black Shadow. Copy this again. Then the ship will be in the mod properly. So I've just got to decide what I need to test. Like what's important. Well, how I want to test it actually is probably what I want to decide. Because there are a bunch of behaviors that kind of need you to go into combat, and I'm never sure what vehicles to use for it. So one of the nice things about doing this series that I'm planning is that I should hopefully come up with a whole bunch of different combat blueprints that can be used for testing behaviors. Things that I know can work and maybe should or shouldn't. Alright, that should be good. Let's give it a go. ACS. Combat Systems Test. Edit settings. Mods. The datapad stories that I've added the channel that I've added recently to Discord, this one, is a plan for after release. So one of the things I want to do after release is add, where is it? Did I put it in here? Add datapads to randomizer. So these will be for a randomized one. That's why I want them to be quite generic and something that you could find in any situation. So if any of the submissions for it are specific to a cargo ship, they won't be included. They need to be something you could find on a cargo ship, in a base, wherever. So I can put them as a lootable thing. It's why I asked for things like advertising and magazine articles, news articles, short stories, stuff that you could find as a book anywhere. Because I want to do that so that there's a randomized loot that you can get and I can put as a loot profile to appear in lockers or whatever that I can use on everything. Because I would like to use it on everything. Because I think that will work better, as I'll then have more options that can show up rather than just a few specific, just a couple of ones. Well, that's not where I expected to load. Huh. Alright, we're going to get rid of this.
Critical.
And I'm going to go... Let's start here on the moon. Have I got a rover of some sort somewhere that I can use as a test vehicle for this? Let's use the Dongoose, but I don't think it's a good test vehicle for this. The real teal? It's probably a bit big. Could just use the tick. It should be drivable on the moon. So let's start with... spawning in his planetary installation. Thanks, Mainlinks. Thanks for the sub. Alright, we've got a listing post. Let's head to it. Wow, this blue was way overdone. Memorable, but overdone. I am loving that the audio is working, because I did that all in one massive batch and stupidly didn't test it along the way, but thankfully appear to have not stuffed anything major up. So in theory we should get a few radio commands and a few drones coming after us as we go in. It was the first vehicle I properly used vector thrust on as well. I did some testing pre-recording to make sure I didn't completely bone it up when I was doing it in survival maybe, but it was the first one that I properly used it on. Oh. Got another message. Hi, Nebulod. It was probably, I reckon the tick was one of my best implementations of vector thrust. Because it didn't, I didn't give myself so much thrust that I could just straight up fly, but I also gave myself enough thrust that I could do fun things with it. So huge thank you to all of the patrons that actually submitted voice recordings for this. The voice lines in the mod are now 100% voiced. There are, for most of them, between 5 and 10 different voices for each line, which means you should end up with a fairly good variety of voice lines and minimal repetition of the same voice within one session, or minimal repetition of the same voice doing the same line. Because not only are there 5 voices doing each line, there are usually 5 lines for each particular situation. I'm just waiting for that fruit fly to nail me. I'm surprised I haven't hit it yet. It's right at range. Alright, let's just go for the base. I'm deliberately turning a lot so that the drone's having bigger trouble hitting me. Ooh. That's close. Let's see if we can get in. Oh dear. Incoming space wasp. Oh, taking fire, taking fire. I have no aerial control other than gyro. Oh, my gun's down. However, it did get me close enough. Alright. Let's hop out.
Fuel critical.
Let's turn off my magical protections. And let's just quickly... let's just quickly get voxel hands. Oh. Well, that was quick. That was close. What I'm going to do is just bury a med bay so I've got somewhere to respawn. Okay. Magron, the picture stuff won't work in Space Engineers. These are for datapads, so the thing you just submitted to the datapad stories won't actually work. Okay, have medbay. Need rifle. There's a character limit of 1,000. Character weapons. Oh, they're still shooting the truck. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm still invulnerable. Whoop. Ow. I got one shot off. Okay, running, probably not my best move. Let's get a cargo container down here. Ship to 10. Let's get some rifle. Let's go this one. Let's go old school ammo because I like that. I really like this combo. Accurate rifle with 30 round magazine. Ow! Dang it. Oof. I'm trying to rush this because I got those drones trying to ping me at the same time. Probably don't need to take 20 20 magazines. I will likely die before that happens. They get used up. TFE, no, I don't have the interior turret mod active. That's a good point. This is vanilla. Also, I might need to get rid of the drones. Let's lose the drones, because you would not move in on foot until you'd gotten rid of these. Let's grab another rifle, grab some ammo. Let's back on. Alright. Oh. Yeah, I think this is going to be impossible with the turrets set up this way. So let's actually do this differently. Exit main menu. Save changes. No. Let's do something a little different. New game. Custom game. Star system. ACS. Test. We're going to go offline. Mods. Let's see if I can remember what mods I need to add. Build. Vision. Gunk. Sneaky. Assertive Combat Systems. Improved interior turrets. Shower. Modular encounters systems. Don't remember which way that, or whether it'll even matter with there being an offline mod or not. Then that should be it, I think. That's all that's actually required. No, wait, no, it's not. that, and let's just add the hubble gum for the sake of it. Start. Oh man. Feels so good. Oh, I didn't add the assert thrusters, did I? Dang it. Do that just a sec. No, it's an issue. I want to make sure that all the spawn groups work. I wanted to do a fresh save so that the standings and stuff would be correct. Yes. I forgot the loot. So otherwise those thrusters should... They may just be missing. So my improved interior turrets mod, I think I will make... Oh, no. That's what I also need to do. One of the things I need to do before next Wednesday is sit down and write the full description of the mod. There's a whole bunch of stuff I want to include in the workshop description, such as recommended mods to use with it, recommended things to take, things that I would be tempted to make dependencies, except I think could cause conflicts if I did, such as improved interior turrets. I'd like to make it very easy for people to find those and add them to their own games. And I want to set up my description properly for once. Something that I don't just write in 30 seconds while streaming. Something I actually sit down with and do proper... what's the word I'm looking for? Do proper formatting on. Now, let's just check. Once I get out of this tree. /MES, get eligible spawns at position. Let's see. Do I have any eligible ACS spawns? Yes, I do. Got all the cargo ships and got some civilian research bases. Perfect. So let's spawn a research base. Let's head towards it. So this one should be civilian, which means it will not do too much to defend itself, since it's intended to be for early game. So we should be able to take this thing. And yes, I'll be making the names of the other ACS mods that are on the workshop very clear that they are not the versions you should be playing. Voxel removal for underground bases at present works by removing voxels anywhere there is an airtight space if you have the spawn set up to do so. But Lucas apparently has some plans in the works that are going to make that system more flexible and allow us to do some really cool things with it, which I'm looking forward to mucking around with, especially once I start mucking around with asteroid bases. Will I ever do a water mod? Probably not. think the better question is, would I ever do a water playthrough? And I still honestly have not come up with a reason to play with the water mod. Water is just really boring space, and space is kind of difficult enough to make interesting as it is. The reason I say water is really boring space is because water is two-dimensional space. You can move in any direction, but only in 2 dimensions. In space, you can move in any direction in 3 dimensions. There aren't any obstacles to run into. There aren't any big challenges. It's not like, in a lot of sailing-based games, the challenge comes from the waves, the weather, the pirates, etc. And I can see myself having fun with the water mod with, like, a preset combat scenario, but I haven't found the desire to play it in survival. Plus, the time that I did my testing on it, it just thoroughly broke in like 15 minutes of me testing. Just imagine what would happen if Capac got in. And that's I know there are lots of people who have fun with it, but I'm talking for myself here. Haven't had any radio calls. I don't remember if these ones send out any radio calls. Might have to check the behavior to see whether that's acting properly. Do. There we go. Get a weapon. Let's see if we can take this thing down. Oh, there's a ship flying overhead. Oh, ow. Okay, I think this specific base might not be able to send help. As you can tell, the turret is having a lot more trouble hitting me. Just how it should be. Can I get to cover anywhere closer? Ow. Ow. Okay. Didn't realize I was popping out of cover there. Ow. It doesn't run out of ammo. So you can't camp it till it runs out of ammo. Ooh. So when I was testing my turret changes, I was almost able to get all the way up to the turret, just running and jumping and dodging, with the way I changed it. So let's see if I can get closer, where I can actually hit this thing somewhat reliably. Yeah. So this was intentional behavior on my part, to make the turrets this bad. Because I like playing against NPCs, not people, so there's no reason for me to leave turrets being super effective. Oh, it got me. Thanks, Mavelite. Thanks so much for 13 months of tier 2. Yes, duck, dodge, dive, dip, and dodge. Or, you know, not quite in that order, but close. Run, 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 run. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Under the right circumstances, ACS will beat Reavers. Like, they will actually win in a contest against Reavers. I've seen them defeat a Reaver due to the drone support. Dodgy, Ducksy, Divesy, and Deadsy. Yes, gross. True. Ah, I was trying to take out the support for that turret. Didn't quite work. So obviously, I'm not encouraging people to do an attack on the ACS bases this way. There are better ways to attack them, like, I don't know, using a really basic vehicle, such as this one. Which, if I... Why can't I control it? Oh, what have I done? Oop. I did something with the timer blocks that I didn't want to do. Okay. Nope. This way's forward. Five Ds of Splitsy. Dip, dodge, dive, duck, and die anyway. Oh no. Okay, that worked. Alright. Okay, that's a bit too much flashing. Thank you. So that's one down. So because these are all interior turrets, if you're in a vehicle, you can actually tank enough of the damage that you should be able to get up to these things. Wait, turn off. So the idea of these low-level bases is that you should be able to make a fairly basic vehicle, get a Gatling gun, come up here and take them on. Trouble is, you're only going to be able to do that once or twice before you start getting bases that send drones after you. I did enjoy, in Wrong Way Up, playing with the manual turrets. I think in a series with that many players, it really added something. Trouble is, you don't often have that many players that were no interior turrets. What's in the loot? Requisition for parts. What about this one? Some ammo and stuff. Anything in the bed? No. about this bed? No. A few little bits and pieces. Cool. That worked as intended. Now let's see what spawns are enabled. Now that I've done that. Still the same. Because what's my faction standing? Minus 1182. I think it needs to get still a bit lower before I can end up with the bases going all war mode on me. So let's go after another research base. Let's see how long the tick can hold up. Not sure what's going to kill it. My driving or the research base? No, Canada, the beds can't have loot put in them automatically. Some of the beds I have put loot in manually. Because all these bases were around before I made the loot profile, so a lot of them have specific loot anyway. I'm just going to check something. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. What behavior is attached to these civilian bases, and is it working? Spawn groups. Atmo civilian. Atmo easy civ behavior. AI base Atmo easy civ behavior. What does this do? Trigger procs far, trigger procs near, trigger procs enemy. So this should have been sending out chat signals, but hasn't. Okay, so that's broken. And it does have a spawner for enemies, but I'm not at that level yet. And it was meant to spawn a single drone. Huh. That means something's broken there. Why? No. See who types. Right. Why is that not triggering any chat? Thanks for another 300 bits. So why isn't this working? Trigger base Atmo easy civ. That trigger is there. That action is there. That action should just do a chat. That chat, I wonder if I even have that chat anywhere. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think what I might do is grab this and use that as my chat for it. Nope, that's wrong. AI base chat, that's the one. Let's search for Civ again. Keep doing that. Keep opening up the wrong thing. Okay, it's not there. So we want the trigger, the chat for prox far, so the distant proximity chat. That is the right chat. Huh. Why did that not send the chat? Let's make sure that's the same. Yeah, it's the same. This is the sort of bug I was hoping not to run into. Could it be partially due to a recent thing that I found about, or a thing that I found out about recently, that passive behaviors are a bit weird? I wonder if TFE's still in chat. Trigger true. Starts ready true. Target distance 1800. So at 1800 meters, I should have received a radio signal. Hey, Maru. I don't know why I didn't. As far as I can tell, these are all correct. So we've got... Wait. That's the same as that, isn't it? Yeah. That's the same as that. The action is the same. Oh, that was just specific to despawning. Okay, cool. And the chat is there. That chat data is there. This should be working. I don't understand why it's not. I don't know how to troubleshoot it more. Let's just try it again and see if there was just something weird about that specific base. So if we get to 1.8 Ks and there's nothing, I don't... Well, if there was a typo in the base name, Canada, it wouldn't spawn at all. The fact that it spawns and there's no behavior attached means the problem should, I won't say will, the problem should be in the behaviors. Yep, there we go. Nothing. I don't have anything weird on. No, I don't. Yeah, let's check the base and see what it says in the behavior details. That is a good idea, Accendo. mes.info.getRedBehavior. Let's see what it's telling me. That's all fine. That's right. Passive is fine. It's picked me up. Behavior trigger distant. What? Don't think this is giving me the information I need. It's loading up the behavior. Why is there a behavior trigger distance of 1,000 though? I don't understand that. Don't see anything here that tells me the answer. It should have a list of the triggers and actions and stuff. It doesn't. Why? Why doesn't it? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's correct. That's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. This should all be right. All right, let's have a look at one of the other behaviors that is working, I think, because I've tested it recently. It's all fine. That looks all fine. The proxfar trigger was working there. It's a player near trigger. Use trigger true. Starts ready true. Yes. Target distance 1800 meters. Minimum cooldown. I definitely took more than 3 minutes to get there, but probably still took longer than the whatever 450,000 is. No, there are no errors. I think I have to turn on more debug modes to get any further information. So I don't know where the failure is happening, which makes it very hard to fix. Base chat. Chat proxfar. That should all be fine. Yeah, because we got, hey Cap, did you order pizza? When we were testing with the Thunderbird. So I know this chat profile works and can be correctly called upon elsewhere, so that problem isn't there. No, the problem is it's spawning and it's not chatting. The behavior's not working. The spawn is here. You can see the base is right in front of us. It's spawning just fine. It's spawning at the correct height and everything like that, but it's not enabling the behavior profile, which actually makes me wonder something. Does it have a remote control block? Because if it doesn't have a remote control block, this won't work. And did I somehow manage to get rid of them on this? Oops. Hey, thanks, Julekath. Thanks for 7 months. It has a remote control, so it's not that. So I've definitely made that problem. Made that mistake before. Why?
Low.
Why are you no worky?
Fuel critical.
Hate this bit. Hate this bug fixing bit. Hi, Azza. It's not chance-based either. I left this proxfar trigger to happen all the time. The near trigger that could trigger a spawn is a 20% chance, so it's low. So that should be working. I've got these set to broadcast and ignore the... I did have them set to ignore the antenna rules, so the broadcast will happen anyway. Because it felt better that way and gave me more options for things. And it works kind of as a notification to the player that something's happening more than it is an in-world transmission that you're supposed to receive. Which, again, felt better to me because from a gameplay point of view, I want the player to know that the thing is doing something. Let's just drive way outside the 1800. Oh, actually, that doesn't matter. Exit to main menu. Save. Wait, why did I do that? I just wanted to do a quick reload. Delete the base and respawn one. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do the test to see whether this is... See what's wrong. Triggerbox far, triggerbox near, triggerbox enemy. Got all of those here. Where else to look for where this problem is? Get rid of those. Yeah, Xendo, that's right. Those are the commands. Thank you. I'll try and see if we can get a log that might give some useful information. Okay, that didn't help. Let me just quickly see if I can find in my chat history with Lucas where I might have some of those things. Or did I save them? Maybe I saved them separately in here. Did I? No. Ah, here we go. I wonder if these have continued with just a slight modification to them. Nope. Don't think those commands work anymore. Dang it! I'd saved them back when it was Rival AI. That was the last time Lucas gave me all the debug commands. I don't know where the problem is, Canada. That's the thing. And the commands I have for trying to increase the number of the amount of information I've got available don't seem to be working for me to give me the information I need to be able to bug fix this. I don't know where the problem lies. It's somewhere in the behavior, but whether it's the behavior not getting loaded or the behavior itself just failing is unclear. Rather difficult to determine. Uh-oh. Alrighty, let's have a look at this debug thing. Enable or disable behavior logging. Oh, hang on a sec. So, what I want is /mes behavior debug dot trigger. And probably also action. And perhaps also chat. Suppose we could put behavior mode in there too. So that's what we needed to do. Yeah. Do that. Yes, that's what it should have been earlier. Exactly, Exendo. Let's try the next one. Nope, still not. Okay, so where should that show up? That's just in the game logs, isn't it? Let's despawn these.
Fuel critical.
Spawn something new. Did that actually spawn? No. Now fly towards it. Now we will look at the log. Which should be this. I think it's put in the main log. Nah. Okay, it's not giving me any behavior info there. Where does it put this? Not explained on this. These commands be used for spawn specific ground enable debug mode, get data on loaded spawn groups. These are chat commands only, they are now comfortable. These chat commands and they various form of logging for behavior related events. This can help you troubleshoot issues. Well, it could if I knew how to use it properly. Untargetable doesn't matter. It only affects turrets. Has no impact on anything else. If I had no power, it would be an issue, because unpowered does create a problem. But I've got power, so. Ah. So. Right, okay. So this is where I want behavior debug dot trigger. Nope. Doesn't that mean? Isn't that how that? I should have interpreted that. Nope. That's I did that wrong. Get logging dot Whoops. Info.get logging. Dot behavior debug. Dot trigger. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Maybe. Let's see. Trigger type condition not met. Player near. No, that's Atmo easy. Where's the Civ one? Where's the base? There's no base at all here. Because these are all AI, and every single one of the logged behavior triggers is all the cargo ships. So the behavior's not being loaded at all. Still, that... Okay. Um... the error thing you said before didn't actually work as a command. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure that range that we saw before actually meant anything. Let's remove that again. Spawn another one. Just so we can go down to the last thing in the list. Still nothing. Alright. Nope, that didn't work. Ark! Alright. Why do these things keep breaking? Ugh. Yeah, Tiffy, it did look like the behaviors weren't loaded at all, but why? The behavior matched perfectly with a behavior that does exist, that has triggers that are named correctly. The ship has a remote control block, which means it should be able to take over that and turn it into an MES remote control.
Critical.
I can't figure out why it wouldn't load that behavior at all. Why is it not loading it at all? And is it now a problem for all of my behaviors, or is it just a problem for the civilian one? Which is the simplest one of all of them. And so should be the most robust, and did work in the past. Oh yeah, I was getting... Okay, so it's just the civilian one that's broken. Why? Why? Why is the civilian one broken? Right, let's bring out Atmo Easy over here so we can compare them side by side. Then I might be able to see some difference that explains what's going on. No, Canada. There were multiple bases that were spawning. Those bases look similar, but they're all different prefabs that we saw just before. Unfortunately, that's not the issue. So, the name is different. That shouldn't be a problem. Both rival AI behaviors, both behavior name passive. Both have a trigger procs far, near, and enemy. Let's check out the trigger procs far and compare those first. So trigger procs far. Other than the civ in the name and the target distance, these appear to be identical. So we then lead on to the action, which also are identical. I don't know why the font sizes are different. It's real weird. Rival AI action. Use chat broadcast, true. Same chat data being called upon. So the chats works. And then that's the end of it. That's the whole trigger procs far. So let's look at trigger procs near. Base Atmo easy civ, base Atmo easy. Trigger procs near. Trigger, player near, use trigger true, starts ready true, chance 20, that's fine. I'm pretty sure that's formatted correctly. Could get rid of that line as that's, I think, the only difference. Yeah, the blank spaces don't matter. As in the empty line breaks don't have any impact at all. Or if they do, we've got bigger problems. Because I'm very inconsistent with my use of them. Action procs near. Exactly the same. These are completely identical. So they call on the spawner now. The spawner. Is there something wrong with my spawner? Hang on. Yeah, it's my spawner. That's what's wrong. These should be ACS, not AI. And that's causing an issue because there is no spawn group that it calls on. At least that's one issue. I don't know if it's the issue, but it's one issue. And it was an issue I was running into before, because I changed the naming of those drones partway through, which was a bad decision, as it turns out. Let's try again. Yeah, Canada, if the I don't think the logs include your chat messages, but if they did, yeah, putting something in game chat to show what the oh man. Putting something in there to show what your where you're working at is a good idea. Forgot I have my trees set way down for making that LCD image. Alright. Let's see. We've got a research base. Let's move in. And this is why I need to test these things. Because I'm always going to stuff them up. Maybe one day I'll get better at testing methodologies. What wouldn't be a difficult mod to make, Gruz? Nothing. Okay. We got nothing. There's still something else wrong. I've only fixed one thing. Well, let's keep going. Alright. So that should now be correct, because that's got the correct spawn groups. So now we can move on to the enemy trigger. Which I think I have an enemy trigger procs enemy. Here we go. So let's find that. On both. Okay, trigger procs enemy. Player trigger. Player near. Use trigger. Starts ready true. Target distance 600. Max player rep minus 1350. Minimum cooldown. Max cooldown. And action. Then the action is identical, but not the same subtype ID, which is good. And then should call upon Atmo check procs enemy. That's right. Spawn encounter true. And then this goes back to the same base atmo easy civ spawner. Oh, logging chat messages to the log. I see what you mean, Gross. Yeah. Lucas, I need your help. I've broken a behavior and I don't know how. It's the simplest behavior as well. I don't know why it doesn't work. I'm gonna delete everything in here. I'm gonna exit. As far as I can tell, Lucas, at the moment, the lowest tier bases spawn in. That's fine. They have a remote control block, but they're not getting the civilian behavior applied to them. When I changed the behavior type to my next slightly more difficult behavior type, it works fine. The chat commands get called and all that stuff works. But when I go back to the civilian one, nothing works. So I've broken something, I assume, in the behavior. As far as I can tell from going through it, I found one mistake I'd made, but I fixed it, and that's not fixed the problem. But such a basic behavior. I thought it'd be relatively easy to fix it. And it seems to be spawning in with... Yeah, I used the get grid behavior thing before, and it did seem to have the behavior. But I'll do it again now just to make sure. Because as I am learning slowly, really should be learning it faster, when it comes to finding where your bugs are, don't assume anything's right. Anything could be wrong.
Fuel critical.
In-game. /mes dot spawn binary installation. Alright. Got a base. And then / grid behavior. And we have the correct behavior loading. Before I just assume that it's still not working, let's test it, because sometimes it just... seems to work. So the behavior is loading. But it is not doing anything. Behavior structure. Like that's that's everything else though. There's no triggers being shown. So this is the behavior that it's got active. Ta-da! All of those triggers exist in this. Is there a character limit that I've hit somehow? Because the trigger's there. That's the same behavior profile. That didn't do anything. Or did it? We tried it before. Okay, that's weird. Why did it not accept it when it was pasted? Could not load action from profile from trigger. ACS action-based support call. What? What? No. Oh, I've got this trigger in here and I don't actually use it. Could that be the problem? Yeah. I thought the other three would still show, but I guess let's see.
Fuel critical.
Programming 1%. Oh, whoops. Well, I'll delete this one and then I'll do that, assuming this doesn't work for an inexplicable reason. It's moments like this, I feel like Kabak, where the world just breaks around me and I don't understand why. Yep, nothing. Alright, there's some bigger problem going on here. So run debug. Once we get back in. It could be what Capac felt like playing Ark, but I suspect it's a bit different because I feel like there's a solution out there, and I don't feel like I don't feel like it's fair to blame the people that put me in this situation in the first place. Whereas Capac very much was putting the blame on the Ark devs. Behavior debug type behavior setup set to true. Okay. And then I do the spawn, Lucas? Spawn. The thing did not spawn. The thing still did not spawn. Why no spawn? Oh, there we go. Now we got two of them. Whoops. Alright, logging info sent to clipboard. Stored settings not found for research based on 43. Beginning individual triggers. Setting callbacks. Behavior mode set to init. Core setting setup complete. Determining behavior. Behavior passive. That seems right. Assigning behavior to grid. Setting up subsystems. Yeah. Why is it saying total triggers is 0? There are 3. 3 triggers. Weird. I'm so glad you showed up, Lucas, because I don't think I would have figured out this problem. What? Where is that being called from? Should triggers have been down the bottom somewhere there? Oh, this is like everything. Action. Autopilot. Chat. Command. Condition. Spawner. Target. Trigger. So my triggers show up here. Those are the 3 triggers for the civilian base. I'm also not sure why this is a problem. What I've done wrong with the action base support call. Compare the name against what's in the behavior. Yes. So I'll grab the enemy one. And looks identical to me. That's me pasting over the top of it. And it is exactly the same. So they're there. Catback broke it. Yep. Definitely. 100%. He was the problem. It's all Catback's fault. It's always Catback's fault. Exactly, Zena. Hashtag blame Catback. So that bit's right, Lucas. Where else might I be wrong? Yeah, I don't understand. Like, everything about it looks right. I'm half tempted just to make it all from scratch and just see if it works anyway. See if it somehow works and some random thing in here was written wrong for some reason. But we went through it just before you came into chat. We went through it all, and there was... The only typo we found was that I'd had these names slightly wrong, and those have now been fixed. TFE, did you mind sending me that older copy that you've got? That you say is working? Yep. Control F. Yep. Copy behavior subtype ID. Then Control F. Find in files. Need to specify where, which I'm presuming is going to be in the mod folder. What? 0 hits and 0 files of 4? Oh, in all subfolders. Oh. No, wait, that's right. No, that's not right. Ah. Good thought, Lucas. I think I see where this is coming to, which is... It's also called the same thing in the tower. So there was a duplicate. So I'd, for the base tower behavior, stuffed it up. I think I started creating one and then I deleted it and I didn't actually delete the file. So... Now let's see what happens. Yeah. Huh. I knew I would have stuffed up somewhere. Yeah. So grateful you came along. That would have taken me forever to work out, if I even worked it out. And it wouldn't have worked again. Even when I, like, even after creating a new one, if I'd used the same subtype ID, it still wouldn't have worked. But at least now I've fixed some of the problems that were in that spawn group anyway. In that behavior profile anyway. It may well have worked, but there were some problems. Come on, give me a base. There we go. Here we go. I don't think that'd fix the base support call thing, but I don't know. I think I might have... That bit of coding that I did for the base support calls might have been done clunkily to begin with, and I might need to do some work on it. But if it functions, I don't care. There we go. Yay! There we go. There was a 20% chance that that would happen. It works! It works! Come on, load my Steam blueprints. Wait, did I? Yeah. Here we go. This is, whoops, slightly over-prepared for what we're facing. Oof. This was definitely set up for Mars, not for Earth. Whoa. Whoa. No. No. Oh. Dope.
Fuel critical.
Huh? Take out the drone. How have you not hit the drone yet? Looks like the chopper needs dentures. Yes, probably. Gotta take out this drone first. Staying just outside my range. Okay, this was not a good idea. Parking in the tree. Oh, really? You cheeky bugger, you're outranging me.
Fuel critical.
Yay, we got it. Finally. Just took some cheating. So the reason that ships like the Booze Bus and the like will not be added to ACS is they're just simply too big. Where on earth is that base? It's over this way, isn't it? Did I accidentally take out the antenna on it? They're way too big. They're massive performance hogs. So I don't want to have them as things that spawn in. Must have taken out the antenna. Oh, okay, it's over that way. Oh yeah. That was one way to stop.
Fuel critical.
Hooray! Rovers do not work. To quote Lucas, he has no plans on making them work. What's my faction standing at now? Still minus 1182. Huh. Thought it would have been lower by now.
Fuel critical.
Do 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 do. Yeah, exactly. Survival ships do not play nice with NPC aesthetic and making things something fun to engage with, because as soon as you make something survival
Inventory
suited, it's usually got way too many resources, so that if you capture it, it's game over. It's like, why do I need to capture anything else? Which is where the assert stuff comes in. But yes, I would agree with that, Lucas. I would rather you make contracts work with MES than try to make rovers work as well. Especially since we've got AI enabled to create some more interesting ground combat. Anyway. Yeah. Think about how hard it is for a human to drive. Think about how difficult it is for companies with billions of dollars of investor funding to make self-driving cars. Driving's hard. Especially at the speeds we expect it to happen in Space Engineers.
Inventory full. Inventory.
Like, I reckon someone could probably make something that wouldn't be too performance destroying if the rover only moved at about 2 meters a second. Yeah. The weird edge cases Lucas deals with JTUF deals with the AI-enabled characters. Yeah, take that to the extent of having completely variable grid sizes and all those sorts of issues, and making something work would be nightmarishly difficult. And yeah, do raycasts hit trees properly? You'd need some sort of tree detection thing. Oh, my wheel broke. That's why my steering's
Fuel
weird.
critical.
That's better. But yeah, I would really like to have some... it'd be awesome if Lucas can get the contract stuff to work. Especially with ACS adding the assertive loot thrusters to it. Because contracts and trading with NPCs that is more detailed than my game appears to have frozen. That's more complex than what's available with the standard economy. That's been a long time since I've had that issue. Sorry, what was I saying? I'd really like to have contracts, because then I could set up potentially some buy and sell traders that can buy up your assert thrusters that you've captured that you aren't using or don't want, and sell you back at a markup, of course, the ones you do want. Because I think that would add another element to showing that having something like a thruster, some special block that's unattainable through any other means, is worthwhile. Tobias, it is my NPC mod. Alrighty, let's
Fuel critical.
test the next thing that I would like to test. So the civilian bases are working as intended. They are passive. You can ignore them, and as long as you don't start being mean to assert, they'll just be there. You don't want to go too close, but other than area denial, they won't do anything. Next up is planetary cargo ships. Let's get a deal. Real deal. Oh, whoops. Usually pays to spawn things right way up. Oopsie. Oopsie. Ooh. Graz, if you're still around, I really should add a, what is ACS command to Nightbot. Yes, wrong way up did happen there. Alright, let's take out this Mayfly before we try and go after the... Mayflies are still a fair way off. See if we can pick off a turret or two. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's a big gun. That's a big gun. Oh, okay, we got it. Hey! Guns, stop! Come on! There we go. Alright, where's the cargo ship? Oh no, there's another wasp. Oh jeez. They're everywhere. Got it. Alright, let's see if we can capture this panini. Let's turn you two off. I still got landing gear? I do not have landing gear. Alright, this is going to get interesting. Yeah, it's a pity this was the same cargo ship I captured in Survival Impossible. But, you know, you get what you take. You get what you can get. Let's make sure I'm not untargetable or invulnerable.
Fuel critical.
Come on, get through the door. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, the the grinder protection is working. Alright, is this gonna hurt? This could hurt. Yep, that hurt. Didn't kill me, but it hurt. Am I going... Oh, I'm static. Yeah. Huzzah! Successful capture. Woohoo! Time to watch it fall from the sky and bounce off a tree. Sure, yeah. I'm one, impressed that I managed to capture this. Two, impressed that all my behavior triggers worked. And 3, incredibly surprised that that I got this on my first attempt. That shouldn't have happened. Part of the reason this is working for me, though, I think is because I've got... possibly because I've got control all things on.
Fuel critical.
I'm not sure. I also didn't know exactly where I was going on board. Huh. I'm very surprised. Capturing one of these in Survival Impossible would be quite handy with all that hydrogen on board. Just what I'm almost up to in SI. Just have a bit more decorative building to do. Huh. That is true, Lucas. A few misplaced shots and these will go up. But it takes a lot of Gatling ammo to cause the hydrogen tanks to explode. Yeah, it is certainly possible you could turn this thing into a fireball quite rapidly. As demonstrated. I worry I'm going to get... I'll get to a point where I find capturing these too easy, and then I'll step up the difficulty. And then I'll mess up the whole difficulty spectrum again. So maybe I've made these too easy, but... I always felt like they were too hard for a long time. And this thing I'm flying has a lot of armament. I like the fact that the tanks explode. I still think I'm often not going to protect my ships more than I do. Thanks so much, Lucas. Thank you very much for your help figuring out why this wasn't working for me. Yeah! I think that was the drone. What's up? Nope, nope, okay. Something else is shooting at me. There. There's another turret. There we go. It is true. I do know what the... Oh, okay, that's what's shooting at me. And what I'm shooting at. Whoops. Cool. Alright. We know that the Atmo cargo ships are behaving as expected. Time for some space fun. What shall I fly in for the space portion of this adventure. Do 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 do. Oh, the three-legged duck. I remember that one. That was when the multiplayer update had first dropped. Might just have to bring one of the cargo ships. So I think most of the other stuff I've got is Atmo, not space. I don't have any little space-based fighter. Oh, unless... Ha. I wouldn't class the cockroach as a fighter. This little thing of Kanajashi's kind of is, though. But it also appears to be off. I presume the tanks are on stockpile. Oh, that's right. The super twitchy controls. Right. Slash MES dot spawn space cargo ship. This is a little over gyroed for my taste. I am struggling to feel like I'm controlling it properly. Maybe a bit less still. Yeah, that's more like it. Here we go. What's my faction standing? Oh, still not quite low enough for me to have the higher challenge yet. It's getting close though. Oh yeah, the croissant could have been an option to load. Forgot about that. Alright, incoming Monarch, that's concerning. Oh, ouch. Hear that glass taking the bullets? Is that disarmed? I think that might be disarmed. Yeah, Zankar, I like my ships to feel, I like to feel the mass of my ship. Too much gyro to me just makes it honestly feel more difficult to control. No! What the Oh, another drone came. Don't know why it didn't do the relative dampening. Close enough. Okay, and then probably while I get inside, I'll get attacked by another drone. Wait, what? The stairs to this inside? On the bottom? Oh, there it is. Here we go. Need to find that remote control block, and I do not, for the life of me, remember where it is on this grid. Oh, that's a turret. Oh, yeah, that's already been shut up. Oh, door open. Open, says me. There we go. Oh wait, this is how I get to the front of the ship. Okay, I have no idea where the remote control is. And in theory, every few minutes this should call a drone in. So that's where things will get spicy with these sorts of captures. You have to find the remote control block. It depends whether the door was stuck in the open or the close cycle of its animation. If it was stuck in the open, then yeah, welding it probably would have been faster. Battery. Nope. I don't know where it is. Oh well. It's working as intended. Cool. No! Welding it above the line only makes it yours once you've hacked it below the line. Space Engines has always been a bit weird about that. It only counts as a hack when you've done the grinding. If you damage something down, often when you weld it back up, it's still the enemy. Which is how I've been shot by a lot of turrets that I've repaired quickly to try and get their ammo out. Cool. Anything else I want to test with the cargo ships? I think there is. And we tested the Lunar bases earlier. They were working just fine. Is that another drone or is that another cargo ship? Let's go after it. I'm not sure it's supposed to do that. As in, I'm not sure it's supposed to retain ownership when you repair something that's damaged. But it often does. Or has? It's felt like something that's inconsistent. I think I'm happy with the radio volume. It's subtle, but it's there. Thanks, Zero. Spacebar spinbound. Whoa! Jeez! Oh! Multiple hits. Oh! Oh! Ow! 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 Hazard Storm, my patrons recorded all that voice work for me. And I modified their voices to sound more like they were on really bad radios. Ow. Ow. Ooh. Spinning is not as useful a trick as I'd hoped. Oh, okay, that'd be why. Because I've lost some of my thrusters. I reckon I've gotten like 10 different voices, because a couple of people had their partners record their voice as well. Which I was very pleased about, because up until that happened it was all male voices, and it's kind of like, well, it'd be nice to have a bit of variety. There is another voice that's been submitted in the last couple of days that I will try and add, which is another non-English one, which I haven't added in yet, but should be able to add pretty quickly. Well, Groz, it's probably about the perfect amount to have that many. And that's why I kept it to just the patrons for who could submit voice lines, because I wanted to keep it to a number that's easy to manage. I think I've run out of ammo. Ramming speed! Come here, Monarch. Oh no! Oh, missed. I think I'd have a better chance hitting in first person. I was wrong. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something weird just happened there. Oh, I think the block that's inside is causing me to turn. I need to get rid of that door. Oh no. Where's the door? No! Okay. So I was starting to get worried that maybe the drones weren't effective enough. Ow. I think they are. That makes me feel good. So to take on the bigger ships, because of how effective the drones are, you really, really, really need to be able to smack the drones. If you can't take the drones out, then you'll struggle to get a capture unless you've got someone in a fighter to help you. And I totally expect single-player combat against ACS to be more difficult. There's no really good way that I'm aware of for me to balance co-op versus single-player in the same mod. And I think balancing it so that it's can be easy in co-op and is a little bit difficult in single player is my sweet spot. I'd like it to be so that people playing solo have a bit of a challenge, but should just be able to do it. Maybe not as profitably as a person in co-op, but still be able to do it. And then in co-op, it'll be a challenge, but occasionally you'll run into a thing that's easy. And so maybe you'll just have to pick your battles. Certain ships will be easier to capture, so those ones will be more suitable for single player. Certain ships are harder, so they'll be more of a fun challenge in co-op. Because I'd like it to be challenging when I play with Capac or with TFE or whoever I play with, while still being doable with a bit more effort in single player. I think we're pretty much ready. So my plan is to release this mod next Wednesday. So I will, between now and then, work on the full description so that it's all nice and detailed. One of the things I do need to do for it, though, is get a nice picture of all of the ships. So each ship, make a thumbnail pic of it. Do you guys have any interest in watching me do that so you can see what all the ships are? Or shall I just do that on my own? We could probably go through the ships. St. James before quitting. Sure. So let's load up these final design saves. Yeah, Gruz, now it's time for chill, because the mod works. I can now do this. So... yeah. Let's try and make the thumbnail. Yeah, Gruz, I might do the full list on something like that, but let's, for this, let's get the thumbnail. So my thought for this, let's do admin tools. No, admin tools, global permissions. Allow damage off. What I'm thinking for this is a shot of our hero ship here being... maybe shooting at the camera? So I want this in the foreground. Or I could put a couple of drones around it, shooting at it. Or yeah, flanked by drones, yeah. Yeah, that's a nice idea. Monarch. Oh. Looks like I'm going to have to load up my drone save to get blueprints. Marcus, I actually don't know which... I'd say any of Jexam's ships are probably going to be the hardest ones to capture. Because I felt they looked very military in their aesthetic, and so armored them as such. Oh! Oh, I know what we can do. Yes, this is what I was going to do. So, some of you may be familiar with the guppy in this mod and how it has its own unique drones that it spawns with, and that it spawns to call in for help. I was thinking of doing the same for the Thunderbird. And I had an idea for a design that would work for a drone for it. That takes some of the ideas that are present on this ship, but doesn't just make a small version of it. It's got its own unique style to it. So, let's do this. Start with the white, and we can colour it at the end. And I grabbed the pink, of course. So the idea that I had in mind was to create a curving shape. Then we have one on top and one below, and then we have all the functional stuff in the middle. So make a curving shape out of armor. Now, kind of want it to be made out of this sort of thing. And let's turn on symmetry. Like, I didn't want it to just be vertical. I want it to have a little bit of a... But I don't know whether we've got all the shapes that I need to make this work well. So we go to that. And... I think it's this one. And back to this. Oh, my mouse wheel is so annoying. So I was thinking that sort of curve shape. There's a little horseshoe. And then tapering this off toward the rear with more of this approach. I wonder if there's a different shape I can use there. Do any of these give me something better? Yeah, that's the one. That's what I wanted. So I was thinking something like that, kind of giving it a horseshoe crab kind of shape to it a bit. And then I was going to sandwich functional stuff in the middle and then put another one on the bottom. That was the idea that was in my head, and I thought I could probably make that work with the style of this ship and make it feel like it's the right thing to escort it. Yes, it is almost a baby croissant. But the center part's probably going to take away from the croissant feel. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's see what shapes we can do, if we can do this as a nice smooth shape as well, like we've been doing. I think we'll just do this, which is very simple, but I think it almost needs to go further back. I don't think they should be all the same length. Either the center needs to be shorter or longer, one of the two. I think short is the way to go. Still a bit shorter? Maybe still a bit shorter. Yeah. Now, I had been thinking the bigger battery, but I'm not sure that's strictly necessary. Also, does it need to have another duplicate of the shape down below, or can I do something different? Maybe I'll do something different and just leave that as on top as one, as the element that's up there. Now, need to figure out how I'm going to do this part of this, the transition to bring these together, how I'd like that to look. Hadn't decided that before I started this. I'd only thought about this part. A full block in there. Yeah, I kind of like that. I dislike that I've got a line in the armor here, but, you know, what you gonna do? Also think what I should do is pop that off. And extend these out a little bit longer. They're too short. Makes it look more stumpy than I want it to. Yeah, that feels better. Yeah. Yeah. Wondering whether I should have done this as a even block build as well, like its parent ship. Although I think for the drone that might have added considerable extra difficulty. So, now let's add some functional blocks to this so I can get an idea of what room I'm going to need to fit everything in. Let's go with guns first. Where are my guns? Do I have any guns? I don't think I have any guns. That's what I want. Oh, yeah, that's what I can do. I can, by painting this the grey colour that I did the negative space on the main build, I can extend this middle part out to be larger and potentially even extend back further if it needs to, so that I can fit all the functional components and paint them in that grey, which should work out pretty neatly, I think. So we've got remote, we've got guns, we need thrusters, which I think are probably all going to be just regular sci-fi ones for this. Then let's try and see where I can fit these so they don't look too weird. Yeah, like I think these are going to have to be in grey so they kind of blend in a bit. So they recede with the white on top. Oh, I need some down thrust. Does that have to go there? Can that get away with going there? This would look a lot more obvious as its shape if we're not building over the top of the other thing as a white background. Now let's grab the grey and just see if this improves things. Before I get too far ahead. I need to fit a gyro on here somewhere. Oh yeah, that definitely gives, like, at a distance you only see the white shape. I reckon that looks appropriately mean, but still sleek. And very different. Which I'm happy about. This was supposed to be a very different design. So we've got reverse thrust, we've got forward thrust, we've got left thrust, right thrust, down thrust, we need up thrust. just put another forward thruster in the middle here just for continuing the shape, but just in the grey. Yeah. Yeah. I'm liking this. Do. Oh! Oh, I like it, Gruz. I like it. Ah, I do. I do like it. Where's an antenna? And a control panel. Nice one. Are these the thumbtacks? They are now. Yeah, I think I'll go capital T. I may find space enough to move this one block down, but I suspect I'm not going to. So I thought I'd just keep it cramped for the moment. Gyro. And we need an antenna. Yeah. Yes, the round part is the front. Oh, is this what you're meaning? Do this. Oh, wait, were you thinking that was the front living lumber? There's a remote in there. I probably don't need to double up on thrusters. I just think otherwise I end up with not enough thrust. Like, oh, whoops, those are side thrusters. Keep grabbing the wrong one. Okay. Thrusters in all directions. Gyro, remote control, antenna, guns. That's it. That's everything it needs, isn't it? Cool. So the rest is just style. We need something underneath. It's pretty bland underneath. But I'm thinking we might have to go for a different armor layout. So for this bit, oh, maybe not that block. Maybe I do want this one. Yeah. Yeah. Or is there one of these that would work? Maybe there's one of these transition blocks that will do what I want to do. Nope. Maybe this one? Almost. That could work. So then we go on the corner here to this. And we can kind of... I think this one might... No, not that. Yeah, then that. Yeah. 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 Why a large battery? To make sure that it has enough power to thrust in all directions, thrust and move the way that I want it to move. If it doesn't have enough power, then the thrust side of things becomes more problematic. Think there's a... thing I want with... Oh, that could work. No, it doesn't. No, alright. What I'm trying to do is... What I'd like to do is bring the line that comes from this lower part down in this row. And also taper toward it on this row. But I think I need to go to full block and then go back. But we can go back a bit more rapidly by choosing something like... yeah. Starting with this. Yeah, actually, yeah. It's not what I was intending, but I like it. Where is the piece I want to think is that one? Yep, it is. And I want this tip piece. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm down with this. Oh, that's right. We got neon tubes in small grid now, don't we? I can mess with those. I haven't actually used them on any small grid constructions yet. Yet to be implemented on anything I've done. Yeah, I think that helps. It was feeling a bit... The battery felt a bit odd. I don't know how else to describe it, but just odd. Yeah. Something different? Something very different. I feel like I now need to add a little bulge up the top here. Okay, I think I made it worse. Arrgh. This was all working so well until I added that top and bottom bit. I think what I may need to do instead of adding it in full blocks is use plate. I think it feels too much like a dude wearing a hat, poking his tongue out. Which I guess, given that I named one of the drones the Monarch, may not be so bizarre. Bizarre there, but yeah. All those people in chat who always tell me to add a sombrero to my ships. There you go. Alrighty. Let's do this instead. And try out some... armor plate. Yeah, that's better. Still could be a guy wearing a hat, but it's a little less obvious. There will be no Capactron drones. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. I think that might do. I feel like less could be more. Here. If I do too much, I might make it worse. So, on the neon thing, I have an idea. Well, Temp, I hope you enjoy Space Engineers. Now that you've got it. So what I was thinking with this was maybe just doing that. Just having the neons be a little line that runs down the side, and that's it. What we got here? Yeah, it does have a little bit of the Rebels symbol from Star Wars look to it, I guess. I can see that. Where can I put this so that it'll be able to be doubled up on top? I don't really want to attach it on top of the armor. I may... oh, that's where I can do it. Oh yeah, that works. Yeah. I'm so happy we've got these blocks. The other thing I was contemplating was putting them along the sides here as well, so you can still see the pink highlight at the side. I'm just worried that's going to get too much. Maybe not. That does look alright. Yeah. Oh yeah, does it have the same piece as the... Hang on. As the large grid ones. The one that's got the bit that sticks... That's the one. Yeah. Thank you for the reminder. So then I can do that on all these bits. This one doesn't need it. Okay, let's delete these other ones because I'm happy with how this is going. And they're getting in the way of seeing what's actually there. I want them to be clearly paired with the ship that they are going to be paired with. I want them to actually go with that other ship. I deleted the wrong thing. No. No, I deleted the wrong ship. I've been adding the neons to the wrong thing. Why? Why do I do this to myself? Okay. This is the correct one. Let's go away from the others. Let's get rid of the others. Or we can just leave them. We can just leave them. They're not hurting anyone. Okay. Attempt number 2. So we got that bit. Then we have this one. So that's all for the top. And then for the bottom... Actually, do we need any more? Or is it better with just those ones? Oh. Because I know I had the ones down here. Actually, maybe what I do is this. Is that too much? That might be too much. Yeah, alright, that'll do. I think that's where I'm happy. Now, do I need to add anything else to this? Or is that drone complete? That could be drone complete. I'm really happy. This is pretty much what I imagined. when I was thinking about it. Yeah. Camera for a test flight. I got a better idea for a test flight. It's the perfect ship for this. I can find where the thing is. Yes, a surfboard cockpit would probably work quite well for this. That is a good point. This is the closest vanilla, though. Unless I stick it sideways and then use a remote control to fly it this direction. I'm not sure about doing any of the armor triangles with red, with the pinky red color. I'm going to delete these now, so definitely know which one's the right one. It's funny, the bump looked good from some angles, but it looked terrible from others. Like, it made some angles look better and several angles look a lot worse. In terms of, like, armor triangles in the pink, I'm just worried that I'll overdo the pink because the neon is really bright. So I just gotta be really careful to not use it too much. I think anywhere I add it, because of the neon, is going to be too much. Yeah, I think I'll just stick with the neon. Though, what I probably should do is do what you was... I think this... Was this what you were meaning, as in on these triangle bits? Oops. I think these might work well in grey. I want this to be clean. So I don't want to use things like battered on it, because the lines and the paintwork on its parent ship are all really clean. So I want to continue that aesthetic between the two of them. Yeah, Eisen, this is getting the Guppy drone treatment. It's getting its own unique drone to go with it. Yeah. Okay, that was the right thing to do. Add some more of the grey into the white to break it up a bit. I'm not going to add any red paint. It ends up just too much. Having tested it out before, I don't think there's any shape that I can work with here that I'd be happy with the amount of pink. I agree, I kind of want something to break up this section of white a little bit, but I'm just not sure we have the right shapes to be able to do it. Because we don't have any other half-width block to a point other than this one in the plates, and we saw what happened when I added the little hump. It looked weird. It's real weird. Yeah, I could use lights. Corner lights, that's a fair point. Oh, actually, yeah, barred window. That's a good idea. Let's. I kind of want. I should. Actually, when this is in the dark, do we need? I'm not sure having lights will make much difference. I don't have the barred windows anywhere on here, so let's grab them. Is that enough to break it up? Not sure it makes much of a difference, to be honest. It's pretty difficult to see. Oh yeah, small grid heat vents. I forgot the heat vents on here. Now, let's match their settings to the ones I put on here. These aren't the correct settings? Yes. Yeah, I think that breaks it up quite well. And adds the nice dynamic of this. Let's make them a bit more reactive, though. Yeah. I like it. Cool. No, I like them going lengthways. Enhancing the lines of the ship. I like them going that way. The only other thing I'm considering, but I think is probably going to be a bad idea, is this. Nah, it's too much. It takes away from the fact that it takes away from the curved shapes that I was trying to achieve. Oh yeah, let's try the weldless for the white. Should be this. Okay, not for the white. Maybe for the grey. I went past it, didn't I? Yeah, definitely adds it for the grey. For those segments. One thing I do want to do... That'll hide at least that line. It's there. And I could do this to hide another one. Yeah. Creates a new line, but it's a new line that kind of mirrors one that's already there rather than being a mistake. Transparent LCD with an ACS logo. Oh, right, yeah. Letters. I can put letters on it. I could. Thumbtack. There we go. I think if I do more, I'm doing too much. I almost think that the TT is too much, but I'm leaving it anyway. You're barely ever going to see it. For the drones, Damon, mostly you would get zero. You get nothing. They're intended. These drones are intended to explode when the remote takes damage, such that there's almost no debris left over. Which is very deliberate so that you don't end up with these drones being more dangerous in death when they skewer your base using their mass than they are in their life when they're shooting at you with their guns. And also in atmosphere particularly, or on planets particularly, creating lots of extra craters from all the drones that come after you gets a bit much. So I much prefer the idea that the drones get obliterated, but you get your loot instead from the cargo ship or the base that you're attacking, which you can obviously get lots from. Yes, I can put as many DLC blocks as I like into these ships, and you can spawn them just fine in a world where you don't have those DLC blocks, where you don't have those DLCs. Keen are kind enough not to stop that from being a thing. I think this might look better with the traditional Gatlings. And I'm now going to have to get the name of it. Yeah, that looks better. It was too square along the front. So Canon version. I think I'll just stick with... I think I'll just stick with one version for this. Although, maybe I'll have a rocket version. Let's make a rocket version. That would be mean. That would be very mean. This thing will obliterate people. So, what I need to do now... I need to add these to the mod, which is a pain. But what I wanted to do for the thumbnail was... The image I had in mind was placing the Thunderbird one in a position where the lighting's right for it, getting my camera set up roughly where I want it to be, and then putting a couple of these around, firing their guns, and having the Thunderbird firing all its guns, and then using Ansel to capture a particular moment of that and see if I can get it all with all the vapor trails from the rockets and all that sort of stuff going on. Which we'll do in just a moment. I just need to take a quick bio break, and then we'll get onto that, because that'll be fun. In the future, the rocket version might make you have a bad/funny moment. That is very true. That is very, very true. That is exactly what could happen. Which is kind of why I have added a few of the drone variations that could go horribly wrong for me. But they only come in later when you're enough of a threat to the Assert faction that I feel it's okay for me to be that mean. Do I have the Traces mod on? That's a good question. No. No, I do not. Thanks, Gruz. I'm glad you asked that. I am suspicious, though, that you're not going to be able to see much of the traces. Which is why we need the rocket drone. Oh, man. Choking on chocolate. Oh boy. So, lighting for the Thunderbird. I think I really need the light to be basically bang on there. And then if we imagine, or if we do it, something like this. I'll set up all the guns to be firing in different directions. Pop a drone that's really close to the camera. And yeah. I think that should work. So if I hop in. Why am I hearing clanging sounds? Oh! I forgot I left all those in there. That would explain the clanging noises. Yeah, Eisen, I've been not restricting myself on eating the chocolate lately. It's probably a problem, but I've also been exercising more, so I'm like, I'm just gonna be bad. Do the things I want to do for the moment. Which turret is this? Okay. I want to try and take control of each turret and move it to a position where it's going to look interesting for the camera. Yeah, I do have damage off. Okay, that's not quite right. Control, 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 control. Yeah, that's more like it. These ones, that, and like that. Now if I go to turret, and because we're in creative mode, I should be able to just do this. And I can hop out. They do sound so good, don't they? That went into my head with the camera. So, this gives us a little bit of some extra fun in the thumbnail. Might move that rear turret that's on the left of the ship and see if I can line it up a bit better with the one that's on the right, so they're both kind of firing in the same direction. And firing a bit more toward the front of the ship. Yeah, I don't know why I left the cockpit just then. I should have stayed up there and used spectator. Okay. Yeah, Nuki World, I can see why you might think this is a bit like a combi. Alright. Happy with that, now I need my drone. I think I'll go with the rocket drone. For this? Don't know where to put it. Maybe there. And both of you set to shoot. Okay. We're gonna have to fiddle and see where the camera ends up looking right. And then try and decide where that drone should end up. I mean, maybe something like this would work. If I line it up with the timing on the guns on the main ship, rather than having smoke there. I plan on creating my own fake backdrop for this. So I'll do some editing to make that work, I think, rather than trying to line it up in the right spot with the skybox. Oh, just too early. Oh yeah, this could work. The effects I want to do with the in post are impossible to do in camera in Space Engineers, so that's why I want to do them in post. I think the drone needs to move. It's not quite in the right spot. Unless we do something like this. Can't even tell there's a gun on the side. No. Let's wait for the Gatlings to start firing again and see if we can get that timing again. Do I plan for logo placements? Depends on the logo. I usually try and leave space for me to put one, but I often fiddle around with it after the fact. Yeah, here we go. Ooh. This kind of works. Yeah. What about that? It's all kind of cramming it too much into one space. I really need the drone's in the wrong spot. The drone needs to move back, up, and left, I think. So the placement of the drone is there to try and create some depth in the shot, so it's not just the Thunderbird. Because with just the Thunderbird, there's not a lot of depth. Well, there's no depth, really. There's just the depth that the Thunderbird has itself. That might have been a bit too early. And I think I might have moved the drone too far. Yeah, I moved it way too far. No, it's still not right. This is the sort of stuff I do for thumbnails. To try and get something that really stands out. This is what you have to do. Getting interesting angles that draw the eye to where you want it to be drawn to, all this sort of stuff you gotta think about. Can't believe I timed that just then. Yeah, kind of like that. It's just you kind of lose the drone if it's against the ship. Needs to be mostly not. A little bit, Wombat, a little bit. Though I don't think you have any worries about me doing that sort of thing. Spending 6 hours trying to get a particular selfie angle. I really wish the rockets were in view. They're so much more interesting if they are. Wonder if I can time it. I'll take this shot though in case I can't get it better. But I really liked the fact that it was timed before. So they're coming out at the same time as the artillery were firing. So let's take this shot. So we've got one. And now let's see if I can time these rockets better. Wait, do they... Oh, is it the same? Eh. Charlie, come. Good girl. Do not like it when you're over there with my DVDs. Come on, and about now. Nope. Nuts! Oh, that's closer. It's not quite right, though. Oh, I may have found the more interesting angle, though. Yeah, the way the bridge is lit up with from the assault cannons is pretty cool. How does it look if I come around far enough to get those rockets? Doesn't have the same impact, does it? No. Hey, thanks, Spock Help. Thanks for the prime sub. It is going well. I have tested the mod. I found a bug. It took a long time and a lot of Lucas's help for me to fix the bug. The bug is now fixed. The mod I'm going to release next Wednesday. After I've had a bit more time to do a couple of things, and after I get time to record and edit a new series that will be taking advantage of the mod and focused on the mod. Alright, I'm happy with that. You're hearing the whistling sounds of the large caliber weapons that were fired. Ooh, snap that. Quite like that. And what if I can come further back with this? Back to about here, and then field of view down even more. Oh, it's almost right. There. Almost getting what I want, but it's not quite there. Oh, I'm going to snap it anyway because that drone looks cool. Okay, so what I want to change slightly. Let's see if I can get this timing just a little bit closer. I'm going to change these turrets to aim a little bit more in line with the ship. Oh. Apparently I'm going to spawn myself in a wall as well. But yeah, that would be pretty awesome, Groz. Have Ansel so that you can move time forward in tiny little... even per tick. If you could move a tick forward, a physics tick, that'd be pretty amazing. Unfortunately, the rockets are not timed. They are once. Oh no, what have I done? Why does it do that? Why does it keep not accepting my input at the right time? Still not right. Too late. Alright. Nope. Too soon. Dang it. Trying to do the timing. It's too late. Dang it! How am I going to get this right? I'm trying to think how I could time this so that they come out at the right time. I almost need a timer to know when the thing's going to hit. Oh, that might be more right. Nope, same badness. No, that was too early. That might have been it. Although maybe the timing's just all... Maybe they don't actually line up. I thought they were on the same rhythm. They may not be. That could be the problem. Oh, it's stepping the rockets off from each other so there's always one going. Yeah, although I kind of like the twin... Waiting. Gotta keep going. Want to get this right. Missed that one. Set a timer block group on the drone with a delay of the reload of the cannons, then have it fire a single missile on that timer. Yeah, that would probably be a good way of doing it. Anyone know what the timer delay is on the turrets? Time block, set up actions. Shoot once. Shoot once. Start. Huh, they're not shooting. Why you no shoot? Oh, I turned the rocket off instead of turning shoot off. Let's try 5. Might be 6. Oh, that's, yeah. Let's see if I've timed it right. What? Okay, so that's not... So I've got my timing wrong. The delay is correct, but my timing is wrong. Okay. That's good because that's fixable. So I just got to get my timing better. Now, it was probably too soon. So if I stop, start. Nope. I got 6.3. If enough of us do it, we can average it out. Ah, there's still... Yeah, I think it's longer than 6. I think you're right. Nope. Nab, that's so right. Scary gun. Scary gun. Yep. I'm not going to hear anything else now. Thanks for that. Alright, let's try... Nope. Nope. Hard. Alright, let's try that. Highlight. No, 6.3 is still too quick. Maybe it's 6.5. What I think what I want is to make this slightly slower, but close enough that I can just wait till I get one that's correct. Yeah, that was way early. It's getting earlier and earlier. Yes. Okay, let's try 7. Yes, bang a drum. That is, I can also hear that too, yep. Where's the rockets? Okay, that was very late. Oh, this is so hard. Oh. Oz Wombat, why'd you get that ad? Oh my, that ad. For such a good cause too. Such a catchy, stupid thing. No. Timing is way off. What I might do instead... So they're almost fire... I think I know where to look. Let's try going about this a different way. Yes. 1300655506. The reading and writing hotline. Whose number had to be spelled out just in case you couldn't read numbers. It was a TV ad in Australia. I don't know if it's still used, but it was very, very effective at what it was trying to do. All right. It's the assault cannon turret, isn't it? Yeah. Nah. Oh. Okay. Those are only hand weapons. It's a cube blocks file I think I need to look for. What? Really? It's not in any of those? Frostbite, industrial, lights, logistics, mechanical, medical, production. Thought it'd been one of these three: Warfare 1, 2, or weapons. You phone up and then they'll organize for you to do a teaching thing with, like, for go to classes, Jex. That's how they help you via phone. Um, why do I get the feeling it's not called assault cannon in this thing, though? Assault cannon turret has an 18.947 rate of fire. Rounds per minute. Oh. Well, that's not good. Oh, yeah, it's medium or something, isn't it? Small block, medium caliber gun. Large block, large caliber gun. Large caliber turret. Large block, medium caliber turret. Yeah, so this would have been, I presume this is where Hazard Storm got the 18.947 value from. Was it? Where's rate of fire in this? Rotation speed, elevation speed, max range. Is it even in this? Or is it in one of the other SBCs? Lauren, I could take two separate shots and try to combine them, but getting the smoke effects to look right will be very difficult. Yeah, it could be on the weapon, or the magazine, or the ammo. That is true, Groz. So let's not bother looking through the files. Let's just see if we can just get this done. Or stop being such a perfectionist and just accept something that's good. That's another option. Alright, I'm going to change this to every 2 seconds and hopefully like every 2.5 seconds or something. And hopefully it'll line up. Why does it show my delay here, but then I can't modify my delay here? I'll have to stop it to be able to build vision to do it. Actually, you might be right. I might be able... Oh, no, I won't. Because I can't get the exact same Ansel shot twice. That's why I can't do it. No, let's just grab an interesting angle on this thing. And maybe I'll be able to use it. The drone shot after. That looks like it's exploding, not shooting. That's problematic. Let's try that again. I think that might have been too late again. I think I sort of want it to be at this moment where the other gun's at. Where you can see that the gun's shooting. And you can see the round rather than having the full muzzle flash there. I think I'm still too slow. On the left-hand side. Oh, I know what I'll try doing. I was thinking, what if I try and get this one to shoot later? If I run off the sound of the other one for when I need to hit the button. Nope, still too slow. I think things might just be too bright on this side of the ship. This is the white on the white. Other than as compared to over here where the smoke's not lit up. That could well be the problem. It's just the smoke's too bright in the sun. There's your round. gotta wonder about why the round that flies through the air needs to have this much detail. Like, why is it the exact same model that they use for the ammo on the ground? It's cool. Especially when playing around with Ansel like this, where you can pause a moment in time and try and get it in shot and things like that. Just seeing if there was anything I could do with that. There isn't. Ooh. Oh yeah, maybe that's the way to do this. Not have the close gun firing at all. Nab, this is Ansel, which is NVIDIA's really cool screenshot tool that Keen implemented some of the functionality for. You'll have access to it because you've got an NVIDIA card. Press Alt F2 in game. In single player it will pause, in multiplayer it will not, obviously. It's how I do 90% of my thumbnails. Alright, I'm gonna snap that there. Let's go into Photoshop and see what we can do. See if I've realized something while messing around in Photoshop that I've missed here. Sometimes it helps me. What am I doing? I was opening up to go to my NAS, to go to Space Engineers, to go to there, then there. And I will start with this as my template. Oh no, wait. I should use this one. Okay. Then I want to open up the folder with pictures. We got a bunch, which I'll bring in, and we'll mess around and see what we can do. See which angles work. So that one's going to be for the drone. So what I probably want to do here is copy that out just roughly. I'll use some transparency on some of it to make it work if I need to. Nope, that's too much. Okay. Let's get rid of that. That hidden for the moment. So we've got that one, which I do like the position of the Thunderbird, but I don't like the graphical artifacts. They're a bit too obvious. That one. That one. That's a bit too across screen. I want it kind of coming toward you. So it's probably this one. Then combine it somehow with this. Trying to... Yeah, I think that's like that's the better timing with this because you can see the turret and it's just not just an explosion. But I think that's a less interesting thumbnail than that. Like even without any touch up or anything, I think this one's the more interesting thumbnail. That shows more of the ship. That's more interesting. In fact, I may not need to do anything to this. This might be about right. So what I was planning on doing to this was trying to create a sense of motion with it by doing some motion blur, but I'm just trying to think about what I would need to do. I think I need it kind of coming from a point. I can't remember what type of blur that is in Photoshop. I'll obviously need to do some transparencies with all this smoke and stuff around. It's going to be interesting. But I think that's the shot. I think there's enough going on there. It's clearly fighting. This nice big tracer here really adds the lines, the like tribal effects that I was looking at. In fact, what if I just take that? If we go... Just grab around there nice and roughly. Copy paste, select, color range. Okay. Nope. What if I instead crop it a bit closer, and then I was planning on changing the color of it so it looks like a light streak. And as long as I don't have any... I'll make it a little bit darker. We go to, let's say, blue, a little less saturation. Okay. Multiply? No. I think I want screen, but I think I need to make it darker before I can make that work. So we need to go and get plenty of black in it. Oof. That's probably not the right way to do that. That's better. So I'm thinking just like trying to create a little glowy thing, and this was kind of the right shape that I was after. Not a lens flare, no. Not a big fan of extra lens flares. So if we imagine the line of the ship, if I then put a few of these, if we get rid of all of the backdrop, like get rid of the stars in the background, or maybe leave a couple, but try and put a few light streaks that run at the right angle of the ship. So if I grab this and put one there, this should actually, if I go edit, transform, skew, that's probably about right. So if you imagine having a few streaks like that that run along the lines that you can see from the top and the bottom of the ship going off into infinity. Should create more of a sense of motion, and if I put a little bit of a motion blur on the back edge of the ship, might give us something cool. This is not J.J. Abrams, thankfully. Yes. Though, arguably, J.J. Abrams is not as bad a person to be compared to as Michael Bay. Michael Bay, the cinematographer who should never have been given a director's chair. Filter, blur, motion blur. Wait, is there a blur I can do that goes to a point? Lens blur, motion blur, radial blur. Radial goes outward. Oh no, zoom, that's what I want. I want a zoom blur going from about there. Yeah, that's the one. All right. So now we just get rid of the bits that are leading the ship. Make sure that this is under the one that gives us that clear image. Make this not so sharp. We could make that bigger. So let's try that bigger. Filter. Let's select the correct layer because I've got the wrong layer selected. Filter. Blur. Radial. Zoom. Make it crazy. Is that going to be enough to be visible thumbnail size? Yeah, I think it'll carry enough of the idea. But I'm going to push it further. Let's go up to 100. Need to just softly get that in there. Bring it back here. There we are. We didn't know how bad Michael Bay was until he was given a bottomless pit of special effects money. Yep. In before Splitsy gets comments on Steam, this mod didn't increase the speed limit at all. Oh, what have I just copied? Oh dear. What did I do? Wow. Why did that take so long? I didn't do anything bad. It just took forever. Now, where in the heck am I going to write what this is on the thumbnail? Because on the Steam Workshop, you actually need to do that. On YouTube, you don't. Because YouTube, there's always text next to it, which I've come to the realization it's better to just write the text than to put stuff in a thumbnail. Actually, I need to do something. It's making me unhappy. Edit, transform, warp. I want these to line up with their colored bits properly. Yeah. Better. ACS is not military, also splitsy this. Yes, but ACS is still a combat mod. It's not military, but it is a combat mod. Therefore, I think it makes sense to point out that you are going to fight things by having fighting in the thumbnail. I think people would be more upset if I didn't show anything that's even close to fighting in the thumbnail, and then they get shot up a whole bunch. All right. Select color range. I want. Dang it! I just select the layer first. Let's see what happens. If I get rid of that, and I get rid of that. So what I'm messing with right now is the background layer, just to try and bring some light into it, because it's all black and dark. And I wonder if I can bring something in without breaking the whole image. And this has a motion blur on it, so let's just change the angle slightly to that. Yeah, I wonder if I can get this to work. What if I, instead of doing what I did, this stuff should get rid of all these. Oh no, wait, not those. Where is it? I wanted to try that. That does not work. What if I do it the other way around? When I do this and set its transparency, can't think of the word, to this. It does look better with something more interesting in the background. can say that for sure, but I can't figure out how I'm going to add something to the background without ruining the whole picture. I've got some dodge. Let's see if we can brighten it up without breaking it. See if there's enough of any of the nebula pictures in the background to bring some color in. Don't think there is. Oh, retaking it. You saw how much trouble it took me to take this in the first place. You sure you want to encourage me to try and take another one? So I'm not sure you do. Okay, let's get rid of that. Now, bring that under there. If I do screen. Ah! That almost works. Just need to undo that. Grab just the drone so that the drone doesn't go transparent, but all the other stuff does. Because it's the only bit that's... So the screen effect kind of selects the bright... It does an alpha blend, so brighter stuff gets less transparent. So the drone wasn't transparent, but it was just a little bit translucent when I did that. But the ship, because it was over a darker part of the scene, just looks like it's in a bit of fog. There we go. Now there's something more interesting going on. Now I can do this. Edit. Oh, nope. Not what I wanted to do. Edit. Transform. Warp. Stretch this out in the way that I wanted it to be. Maybe bring some of that in. So this warp effect, this warp transform I love because I can kind of just stretch segments and move bits as I want. There we go. I think I'm sold. It's a bit busy. I might make this a little bit darker. Actually, maybe I'll do it this way. Keep the light bits light, but make the darker bits darker. Oh wait, I know what I should do. Yeah, that is what I should do. Not erase that, but darken this center bit where the ship is. Because then I can bring the ship back to the foreground. So what I'm doing at the moment is darkening that layer that's underneath the ship. That's kind of coming through a bit. By darkening it, we get the ship back in the foreground. Yes, I do have to add the name somewhere. I still haven't figured that bit out yet. If you've ever wondered why it's sometimes takes a little while to get a VOD from Twitch onto YouTube, this is why. Because I've gotten distracted and I've spent too much time messing with the thumbnail when I should have probably just done something quick. All right. ACS logo I have somewhere. Where do I have? Don't think it's in here. No. Oh, do I have it anywhere? Wait, I think I know where it is. Nope, it's not there either. Oh, poop. Have I lost my original logo? Oh, no. What have I done with it? Oh. I think it's one of the... I think it might have been on that drive that died. I really like this thumbnail now. I really like this picture. I'm going to slot that off to the side a bit more. Give a bit more space. All right then. Okay. That is obviously not the font we're going to be using. But the font that I think I was going to use is called Airstrike. And we will do that letter a bit bigger. Which was how big? 128. I can probably shrink these down a bit. Change the font color to... No. No. I think we're probably just going to go white. And then I'll use other methods to make that stand out against the smoke. And then to make this stand out, I need to probably add a combination of a drop shadow and a stroke around the outside. Or is that going to be enough? It's not going to be enough. So drop shadow, no distance, lots of spread, size. So it's really more of just a darkening behind it to bring the text forward. Looks like the cover of a box set of miniatures. It so does, doesn't it? Especially with that font. I kind of like that. I kind of like that comparison. I'm okay with that. You know what? It's busy. It's probably got a little too much going on in it, but I'm still a fan. I still quite like it. Let's just quickly do this. Should I be happy with this thumbnail? Of course. Definitely not. Needs more hours. Oh, okay. Just definitely not. All right, starting the poll. Sounds a bit like a review of ACS. It's a little busy. There is a lot going on, but I'm still a fan. Shadow Wolf, this will completely replace the old assertive mods. All of them. It seems most people are on board with this thumbnail. 85%. I'm happy with that. Cool. Thumbnail. Done. The only other things I need to do for the whatchamacallit, for the Steam page, I'll take a dynamic pose picture like this, but obviously without all the extra photoshopping and weaponry of every single ship in the mod, and put those pictures as the pictures that get uploaded with the mod to the workshop. Kind of like I've already done with the Assertive Combat Assertive Cargo Ships mods, I think has it. Oh wait, I should go to my workshop. I think I already did it for it. I don't know how long ago that one is there. Oops, went past it. Yeah, like this one. I've got all the different ships and their name on them. So I'll do that for every single ship in the mod, making it clear that the space ones are in space and the Atmo ones are in Atmo. But the space ones I always took against a backdrop of a planet so that it wasn't just against a black background, which is boring. Thanks, Groz. Is it suitable for servers? It should be, but that'll depend on your server and how many people play on it and everything else. But compared to a lot of other NPC mods, probably more so suited because it is... the majority of the grids in it are quite small. So the impact of having a lot of them around is quite reduced. But yeah. Oh. Yay! I have my Thunderbird as the Thumber ship. And I now will need to do a recording of a survival series using this mod. And then edit that, upload it for next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, I will release the mod properly, and then we can... Then there are a few other tasks, a few other things I want to do in these sorts of stream slots, but we'll also be able to do stuff like designing new cargo ships and going through the submissions that people made 2 years ago, eventually getting to the point where I can ask for new ones. I will be back. Will I be back tomorrow morning? Probably not. I'll probably focus on doing some recording, editing stuff tomorrow morning. I'll be back on Saturday with some more Scavenger Hunt. Then back on Monday with some more 7 Days to Die over on the Flipsy channel. And then a new series starting on Wednesday next week. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Oh, by the way, I've already thought of a name for the new series. What did I call it? I wrote it down somewhere. Where did I write it down? Oh, Capture If You Can is the name that is my working name. So if you've got a better name, mention it to me in Discord or in the comments of this VOD when it's on YouTube. See you later, everybody. Have a good day.